Hello, chat. Hi. How y'all doing today? Hello, Hordian, Guinea, Kizuna, Old Man Ned. Thank you for the host, Greenie. How y'all doing today? I actually threw on like an extra song because right before we started, I finished baking cheese biscuits, guys. And you know, they're cheese biscuits. You gotta eat that stuff while it's still fresh and hot and warm, right? I brought you all cheese biscuits. Yes, I brought everyone cheese biscuits. And also, I ate everyone's cheese biscuits. So, I'm just gonna eat cheese biscuits on stream. Yeah, you guys can't see me. But I'm eating all of your cheese biscuits. I'm sorry to tell you the truth, Chad. That's just how it is. For you, you'd just be munching and crunching. Okay, no, I can't fake eating. Cheese biscuits don't sound like that. They were very good cheese biscuits, though. I promise you that. You haven't eaten anything today, Hordian. Get some food in your stomach. Food is good and delicious. Greenie, you too. Get some food in your stomachs. That's interesting. Why is there no sound coming here? Give me a moment. There should definitely be sound coming. Ah, that's why there's no sound. You're too stressed to eat. Okay, that's unfortunate. Hey, Drigan, how you doing today? Also, you also get some food. This is now officially Shizoku tells all of you to go eat food stream, except for Kizuna, because Kizuna's eating spaghetti. I was messing around with stuff today. Getting stuff ready for a Friday stream. Hey, Pancat. How you doing? You're getting Philly cheesesteak delivered? It's just taking too long. Okay, that's fair. Stupid question, Tregan. With whiz or without? Naps are indeed nice. I take it you took a nap. Naps are indeed nice. Without whiz. You've never seen it with? That's interesting. I'm actually not a big fan of Philly cheesesteaks. I prefer the pork sandwich, the roast pork sandwich with broccoli rabe and provolone. But last year I took a trip to Philly with my sister, and she was insistent that we do a taste test of Philly cheesesteaks. Like, we gotta kind of thing. We went to the first place. We walked all the way to the Italian market district. We walked through it. We walked to Tony Luke's, I think it was. Or maybe it was Gino's. It was one of the big places. We split a cheesesteak. We were dead for the rest of the day. Hey, Koyos, how you doing? You really hate your internet these past few days. Ooh, I'm sorry things are rough over there, Fordian. Does the... Oh yeah, today is also a day without quality options. Sometimes Twitch be like that. How am I doing? I just started off stream by telling chat about cheese biscuits. I baked some cheese biscuits right before stream started, so I delayed the start for like an additional 3 minutes so I could eat one. So as always, we've become a food stream. I woke to the insistent buzzing of my cell phone. With an effort, I rolled my still sleepy body over to pick it up. A call from Shido? Yes. Hello?
なんだ、寝起きの声だな。まだ寝ていたのか？もう10時だぞ。
It's only 10. Only 10. You want to eat something, but you don't know what. You're just having some black tea in the meanwhile. You know what goes really well with tea? Cookies. I looked over at the clock. He was right. On the other side of the bed was Mai, still quietly snoring away. We'd both overslept. Again, it's only 10.
まあいい。朝食を済ませたら、みたらし流星の部屋に集合だ。今後のことについて話し合いたい。
I mean, like, if the piglets haven't come to wake us up yet, we're still okay. Oh. After what happened yesterday, we probably had a lot to talk about. Okay. I'll be there in a bit. 10 is late. Did they fuck? The person sharing our bed is a little girl, Green. I hope they did not fuck. You got your Mother's Day gift way too early. What do you do? Hey, P. When is Mother's Day? Oh shit, Mother's Day is that day this year, huh? You keep it? Do you just give it to Mom? Is there anywhere you can hide it? I don't think it particularly matters if you're still living with her. And if it's the kind of thing that she'll enjoy sooner, then yeah, just give it to her sooner. You forgot about the dead person already, Kizuna. So did I, actually, until you mentioned that.
Ah, よろしく頼む。
Alright, you lazy bum. Time to get up! That's rude. But that was easier said than done. Even after a long night of sleep, my body was sluggish. We were going into our 4th day at the park. I wasn't surprised I felt tired. And yesterday a lot of stuff happened. We had our first real failure. Urabe disappeared, and the hospital exploded. Miyoshi protected me from the explosion. Thanks to him, I hadn't gotten hurt, and fortunately, neither had he. Mitarashi hadn't been so lucky when he saved Wakasa, though. He'd gotten hit pretty hard. Quote-unquote disappeared. Look, that way if he comes back later in the game, it's a surprise. Disney death. Movie death. Oh, right. We're meeting in his room, because he can't move for shit anymore. I wanted to finish my breakfast quickly so I could get over to Mitarashi's room and see how he was doing. Almost on cue, there was a knock at the door. Yeah, I'm coming. Huh? Miyoshi? The person on the other side of the door had a breakfast, but they weren't a piglet.
ごめん。まだ寝てた。
No, it's fine. Good morning.
おはよ
What is it? Did you forget something last night?
う。いや、そうじゃなくて。
He looked down sheepishly at the tray in his hand.
その、大したことじゃないんだけど。ただ、よかったら一緒にご飯。
お姉ちゃん
Sorry, Mai. Did we wake you up? He does take initiative. He was not expecting a little girl to block him.
自分で起きた。
She wakes up with the Pocky stick in her mouth. She rubbed at her eyes and yawned. Oh, I see. Sorry, Miyoshi. What were you saying?
いや、ごめん、なんでもない。
Did she sleep with that backpack? I hope not. Imagine all those crushed snacks. She woke up with Pocky in her mouth, or was that her pacifier? You know, that's a very good point, Hiloyo. Also, hi, how you doing? All those crumbs in our bed from her sucking on it overnight. Huh? He just left. It almost looked like he was running away, but why? I felt Mai tugging on my sleeve and turned back around.
お姉ちゃん、お腹すいた。
Well, I'm sorry, but our boyfriend just ran away with the breakfast, kid. We might have to live off the snacks in your backpack a little longer. Right. Yes. So am I. Do you think you can wait here a little longer? They should be here with our food soon. You once kept fruit in your cargo pocket. Extra apple and banana from lunch, then you ran downhill to make an event and you found out what happens when you keep apples and banana in a cargo pocket. You get apple banana sauce, Skinny. Just slurp it out of the pocket. Nice and convenient.
じゃあマイ、お顔洗ってくる。
Will you be alright on your own?
大丈夫。
I was afraid she'd be scared or something after yesterday, but she seems fine. What was Miyoshi up to?
お姉ちゃん、お水が出ない。
Huh? Oh, right. You can't reach the faucet. I'll be right there. After Mai and I finished our breakfast, we headed off to Mitarashi's room. Sorry. Everyone else was already there. Shirabe was the first to look up.
お嬢ちゃん、昨夜は悪かったな。舞が迷惑かけなかったか？
No, not at all. She's a really sweet girl. Plus, I mean, I'm an only child, so it was kind of nice to feel like I had a little sister, you know?
そうか。そう言ってもらえると助かるよ。
Or, work with me here. You could just take care of your own damn kid. He let out a sigh of relief. Huh? It wasn't until then that I realized Miyoshi wasn't there. He can't be sleeping in. He came to my room. Hi, Pants. How you doing?
おう、空いてるから勝手に入っていいぜ。
もうみんないたんだ。ごめん、遅れて。
Responsibility, never heard of that word. Class is over and you don't have work, so it's just freedom for you. Nice, Pants. Nice.
気にするな。では全員揃ったところで早速だが今日のことについて。
I glanced over at Miyoshi standing quietly in the corner of the room, but something about him seemed off. His face. Was that a grain of rice?
僕の顔に何かついてる。
He looked back at me, puzzled. Yeah, there's some rice. Right there.
Eh?
He blinked and started feeling around his face until he finally found it.
ごめん、今取る。
You don't really need to apologize. His face turned bright red as he wiped fiercely at his mouth. Why is he acting like that? I always thought he was pretty calm and collected, but I guess everybody's got secrets. Maybe he was embarrassed about being a messy eater?
これで平気？
Yeah, perfect. Did you eat your breakfast too fast?
急いでというか、 ちょっと動揺してて。
Because he got cock-blocked by a little girl. What? Why?
なんでもないよ。
He wiped his mouth one last time for good measure.
おい、そこの二人、聞いているのか？
No, we're too busy flirting. He was hoping to find some acid on his face. If only. He didn't play enough dating sims. Huh? Oh, sorry. What are we talking about? Shido sighed and shook his head, but before he could start scolding us, Shirabe spoke up.
議題は今日のゲームについてだ。まあ、主にみたらしが参加するかどうかだな。
Oh, right. How's your injury?
あ？まあ、もうだいぶ痛みは引いたぜ。黒子の女子も捨てたもんじゃねえな。
That's good to hear.
でもさ、まだ動くのは辛いんでしょ？さっきからずっと座りっぱなしだし。
Just use him as a meat shield. Prop him up in front of you and push him in front as you walk along.
まあ、全く動けないわけじゃねえが、昨日までと同じようにっていうのは無理だろうな。
So I hope today's park attraction is a dating sim then. Make it nice and easy for him.
それならゲームは休むべきだ。こちらとしても万全でないものを連れて行くわけにはいかない。
Look, dude, like I said, just push him in front of you as a giant fucking meat shield. He tanked the bomb, he can tank everything else.
まあ、こればっかりは仕方ねえな。俺も足を引っ張るのはごめんだし、今日はここでおとなしくしてるさ。
I was a little surprised that he'd agreed so easily. A guy like Mitarashi wasn't usually the type to just roll over on command. He doesn't look like he's in pain, but I guess his wound could still be pretty bad.
ではとりあえず今日のゲームはみたらし流星を抜いた5人で行くとしよ
まあ、賢明な判断だな。ここじゃ医者には頼れんし、悪化させるのは良くない。
So we're just gonna leave him on the ship to babysit the little girl. His defense stats are definitely increasing. Bolt, bullet, and now bomb. What other B attacks are there, chat? Throw them at me. What other B attacks do we need to hit Mitarashi with? He could tank a tank. You know, war games are a thing. Get him in the park. You gotta find him a tank. Huh? Shirabe and Shido continued talking to one another. But I noticed that behind them, Mitarashi was speaking to Meoshi. I moved a tiny bit closer to try and hear them.
怪我悪いの？
なに、大したことねえよ。と言いたいところだが、正直ちっときついな。場所のせいか、一度痛むと全身に響き上がる。
辛いならちゃんと休んだ方がいいよ。腹部の怪我は致命傷になりかねない。
But battleship. Ooh, battleship. Just stick him on like the front of the cruise ship on the bow, like on the Titanic. Ballista. That would be great.
そりゃ昨日聞いたなんとかってゲームでの話だろ。しかし最近のゲームはリアルだよな。腹をやられたまま一定時間放っておくと出血多量でゲームオーバーだっけか。
縁起でもないね。
気にすんな。俺はそんなにやわじゃねえよ。あ？そうよお前。昨日はあれだけ嫌がってたくせに今日はそっちから話しかけて。どういう風の吹き回しだ？
I mean, you were interrogating him, dude. No one likes being fucking interrogated.
教えてほしいことがあるんだ。ランド内のアトラクションのこと。
Everyone know one person knows everything about the games, the other person knows everything about the theme park. The two of them combined are Wikipedia.
あんたがいなくなるならどんなものがあるのか自分で把握しておきたい。ゲームの知識はあってもここのことに関してはあんたの方が詳しい。だから
Ah, yes, no
今
one
のうちに聞いてお
else.
きたいんだ。
No one else knows what a merry-go-round is like. He wants girl tips. He needs girl tips. He's clearly never played in dating sims. Girls have tips? Here's one for you, Holoyo. You probably shouldn't have subbed to me. Tip number 1, food. Actually, show of hands in chat, who has not had food? I am going to tell you all to eat fucking food right now. Yeah, get cookies. Interesting.
お前無口の割にちゃんと考えてるんだな。見直したぜ。
Hey, hold up. This is our route. We're on his route. You can have everyone else. You do not get gamer boyfriend. Does water count? Water does not count, Holoyo. Get you some food. Koyos had pizza. I would be envious, except yesterday I had burger and I think that satisfied my fast food craving for some time. Handcat is eating dinner right now. Dregan is trying to find the hand emote. You could spend that time getting food. There are no cookies here, Greenie. No, Pancat did not bring enough to share. Hordian is having dinner. Good. Hordian is eating food. Koyos is considering Burger King delivery. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I haven't had Burger King in years, come to think of it.
教えてくれるの？くれないの？
おう、もちろん教えてやるぜ。待ってな。今絵で描いてやる。一つずつ説明してやっから。
Yeah, after he's done flirting with you. When did they get to be friends? We sure weren't like this yesterday. And Miyoshi's trying to make up for the loss of Mitarashi on our team. Miyoshi, you cannot be our meat shield. Do not be meat shields. Maybe he's more mature than I gave him credit for.
まあ、ここで議論してても仕方ないな。
It sounded like the other discussion had concluded.
そうだな。そろそろ着眼する時間だ。
ああ、みたらし。ここに残るなら、前のこと頼めるか。
Mitarashi is official mom.
おうよ。構わねえぜ。
パパ、どこか行くの？
ああ。だが夜には戻る。それまで、この兄ちゃんと待っててくれ。
前は行っちゃダメ？
You probably shouldn't go, kid.
ダメだ。お前はここにいなさい。いいな？
大丈夫だ、マイ。パパのいない間は、この俺がちゃんと守ってやっから。だから今日は、ここで待ってようぜ。な。なんなら肩車もしてやるぜ。
You can't do that. You can't do that, man. If you're not well enough to be our meat shield, you definitely can't. You can't do a piggyback ride for a little girl with a backpack of snacks twice the size of her. Are you really sure you should be carrying her around with that wound?
まあ、それもそうか。じゃあ、ままごとだ。どうだ、マイ。
He really is a mom. Play host games with her. Teach her how to make strings. She's gonna be dangerous when she grows up.
よし、いい子だな。
すごいね。 泣きそうな顔があっという間に笑った。さすがホスト。
You get Impossible Whoppers up to twice a week back before bowling was cancelled. How are the Impossible Whoppers? Like, the only Impossible fast food burger I've eaten was the White Castle one. And, you know, it's White Castle, so that stuff is tiny. You can't taste anything. Your mother puts weird things in weird dishes sometimes to try making you eat veggies, like squash on white beans. I like squash. I like veggies for you. So I'm gonna tell you about something that's even more cursed. Someone I follow on social media, some form of social media, I'm not sure who or where or how, did the incredible thing of putting zucchini in their brownies. Apparently it came out fine. But they were like, we have so much zucchini, and they didn't even just grind it up and mix it into they had a shit ton of zucchini apparently. And they didn't do the thing where they mixed up a lot of things, like they made it into puree or something. No, they just sliced it into ribbons and mixed that into the brownie batter. Impossible Whoppers are fine. That sounds interesting. Would like to try it. They had apple cinnamon zucchini muffins before you couldn't even taste the zucchini. Yeah, that's what he said too. But that just came out. Zucchini is like squash, Hordian. Like, that's the easiest way to put it. You've had squash, so zucchini is like squash. Apple on mayonnaise salad. My problem with that is not the apple, but the mayonnaise. Apple slices on pizza. I'm sorry, what? Real daddy feels left out, apparently.
おいおい、調べのおっさんよ。んな恨みがましい目で見るなって。
Oh no, it
い
wasn't
くら
left
なんで
out.
もガキに商売する気はねえよ。
It was a don't you dare start hitting on my daughter.
というより、父親の面目丸つぶれで悔しいんじゃない。
Oh wait, no, it is exactly that. Miyoshi!
調べさんの表情から察するに当たってるみたいだけどね。
若者組、寄ってたかっておっさんをいじめるのはやめろ。それと舞、くれぐれも。
おい、くだらない話はそこまでだ。そろそろ着眼する。みたらし流星と調べ舞以外は降りる支度をしろ。
Chocolate chip cookies on pizza are even more cursed than apple slices on pizza. When I went to France, there's a restaurant in Paris that, like, everything they serve has apples in it, in one way or another. Even the drinks they serve, either apple juice or apple cider, or like alcoholic apple cider. Like, you could have a whole apple cider tasting if you wanted. You try making school lunch pizza consistently good. This actually worked. You got me there, Koyos. I actually stopped eating school lunch around the time of middle school. Like, this was back when school lunch still cost $1. I would take that $1 and just buy a can of Coke from the vending machine. And that was my lunch. I do not recommend you try it, kids.
なんだ、どうかしたか。
苦労するね、お父さんは。
Healthy. I am the healthiest person I know. I am so not healthy. Should have gone for the chocolate milk. I didn't like milk as a kid. I still don't like milk, honestly. Like, the only time I'll drink milk is if it's mixed in with, I'm getting the jelly milk. I'm a tiny person, and now you all know why. I did not drink milk. Wakasa grinned and patted Shirabe on the shoulder as the older man tried desperately to salvage at least a little of his daughter's image of him. Nobody seems to be too torn up over yesterday. That's good. We're gonna have to be optimistic if we want to get through this. Right then. Time for me to shake off this tiredness and get to work. Mum liked the present, you're content. Well then, congratulations on a successful, way too early Mother's Day, P. I'm glad she liked it. The dead guy was a traitor. He also saved them. He got them the exit, and he was trying to help them with, like, the Aqua Regia and the code. He was just told the wrong code. Healthy food is only good when comboed with cheese. Like, I will agree, cheese makes a lot of things taste better. But, I knew he'd say that. As soon as we reached the plaza, Hogstein was waiting for us. He knew about Mitarashi's injury, of course, and about what had happened to Urabe.
みたらし流星の一時戦線離脱を認めてもらいたい。怪我で弱っている人間がいてもゲームがつまらなくなるだけだろう。
Also, we left him back on the ship, and none of us wants to carry him over here because he probably weighs more than all of us combined with all the muscles he has. So, you know, no one's fucking carrying him off the ship. Shido stepped forward to address the statue. Or some form of fat, really? Like, when I'm thinking healthy, I was definitely thinking fruits there. I wasn't sure how Hogstein would respond, but it seemed like Shido probably had the best chance of convincing him. I took a short step back to get out of the way. Then suddenly, I felt as if the ground had dropped out from under me. The whole world swayed, and for a moment or two, my eyes refused to focus. Did I move too fast or something? I felt like I was going to collapse if I didn't do something, so I squatted down and began taking deep breaths. Okay. I think I'm starting to calm down.
平気？
I looked up to see Miyoshi looking down at me. Yes. Sorry. I'm fine. I'll get up.
いいよ、そのままで。もしかして具合悪いの？
Fat is healthy. Guinea wants the skin, the fat, the grease. Sure. You can have all of it, Guinea. Just eat the meat with it too, please. I'm not sick, just a little dizzy. I think I'm tired.
平気ならいいんだけど、くれぐれも無理はしないで。
Of course. Thanks.
どういうことだ？
Miyoshi and I looked at one another, confused. You know, maybe we should not have gotten a boyfriend. Having a boyfriend just makes us flirt instead of paying attention to what the fuck is going on. What's going on?
もしかしてみたらしさんの離脱を認めてもらえなかったとか？
いや、そっちは大丈夫だったよ。でも
But?
これからはクリアに失敗するごとに 人質を一人ずつ始末するだと。どこまでふざけてるんだ。
Okay, yeah, that probably was not part of the agreement.
って宣言してきたんだよ。
Thank you for being Mr. Exposition for us, though. He shrugged as Shido grabbed the statue.
通信はもう切れてる。抗議しようっても無駄だな。
くそ。
It'll be okay. All we have to do is beat the games. We were going to do that anyway, so what he just said doesn't mean anything. Letting our morale drop before we even started the game was bad. I had to try and keep our spirits up. Unfortunately, I didn't do a very good job, and everyone just went quiet.
まあ確かにゲームをクリアさえすればいいんだ。今までとやることは変わらないよ。
Miyoshi's agreement seemed to be the final push the others needed. Shirabe sighed and grinned.
そういや、失敗イコール爆破なんだったな。そうなれば俺たちは全員織田物だ。どのみち人質も助からんしな。
織田物って僕そんなの嫌だよ。
I kind of don't want to either.
俺だってごめんだよ。ま、とにかく何を言われようがゲームをクリアすればいいって話だ。
Shido looked at me and sighed.
お前のその底なしの前向きさには頭が下がるな。
Is that a compliment?
そのつもりだ。おかげで俺も冷静になった。
That was true, I had to admit.
じゃあそろそろ行くとするか。今日のゲームにな。
That looks like a space drill kind of thing. Before long, we arrived at our destination, Shooting Colony. Looks like we're starting Mass Effect 2 a little early, guys.
それで今日のアトラクションの内容だが、そういえばみたらしがいないんだったな。
大丈夫、聞いてきたから。
みたらしからか。
そう、ホテルを出る前に聞いておいた。
おお、気が利くな。情報があるとなしじゃ随分と違うからな。
Shirabe nodded in agreement.
シューティングコロニーのアトラクションはムーンライトオックス。
それってどんな内容なの？
エイリアンに滅ぼされた月面コロニーで生き残った一組の男女が小型艇で宇宙を飛翔する 3D シューティングゲーム。
He said 3D shooting game. For a moment, I thought it was going to be like Twin B. But he said 3D shooting game.
主人公の男女が牛を擬人化したキャラクターなのが特徴なんだ。
Cow people!
牛って人気あるの？それ女の子的にはどう？
But beats me. The whole conversation had thrown me for a loop. I had no idea how people could look like cows.
まあ何にせよ、事前に情報が得られてよかった。
ああ、心構えだけはしておけるからな。人質の件もある。昨日まで以上に気を引き締めて臨もう。
The attraction looked like a different world.
すごい、本当に宇宙に来たみたいだ。
左右のデコボコはクレーターか。つくづくよくできてるもんだ。
うわ、待って、なんかいるよ。
俺たち以外にか。それはないだろう。
でもほら、あそこに宇宙服を着た。
I think that's just a part of the set, you know? To help give it some atmosphere.
若さ、宇宙人ならまだしも宇宙飛行士にまでビビるな。
Hostin's voice filled the air. What? Excuse me, what? Our overflowing love power. And that was it. But no sooner had he finished than a single piglet shuffled out. Huh? What is he trying to say? That piglet flapped his arms, then held out two fingers and drew a circle around them with his other hand.
多分小型艇は2人乗りだってことを言ってるんだと思う。元のゲームもそういう仕様だから。
先に組み合わせを考えろということか。だが5人しかいないとなると、まずは1人で登場するものを決めるべきだな。
消去法で考えれば指導か目押しだろうな。俺でも構わんが腕に自信はない。
え、ちょっと待って、僕は？
何言ってんだ。ただのオブジェにビビってたやつを一人にして平気とは思えんだろ。
He's not wrong. There is no cow level. That's what they want you to think.
俺もその意見に賛成だ。子供に単独行動させるのは避けたい。
Does he mean me too? I guess an 18-year-old would still be a kid to him, huh? Oh, okay, the game actually acknowledges our age in-game. Comcast behave, you want to see the boyfriends. I thought Comcast was doing well for you earlier today, Guinea. Sorry to hear that. I'm not feeling so good today, though, so I think I feel better with a partner anyway. Huh? Did I imagine that, or did Miyoshi just glance over at me?
ああ、もうみんなして失礼だな。じゃあいいよ、僕は彼女と組むからさ。
Before I knew what was happening, he grabbed my arm and pulled me over.
ね、いいでしょ、僕と一緒になら。
Kid, we already have a boyfriend and it's not you. He lowered his voice to a whisper as he pulled me in. I felt my heart skip a beat. How many girls would have killed to get this close to a pop star?
ね、ダメかな。
ダメだ。
Pancat says no thank you. Before I could respond, Miyoshi stepped in.
彼女は僕と乗る約束をしてる。
え、目押しさんと？そうなの？
We can turn him down. We can say sorry, pretty boy. Or it looks like we can actually turn gamer boyfriend down. Pancat is holding firm. Goodbye, Pop Idol. I hadn't made any promise, of course, but I figured Miyoshi had a reason for saying that. What it was, I didn't know, but I decided to play along. Sorry, Wakasa. I already promised Miyoshi I'd go with him.
そういうことだから。
This is not the strategic move, no. This dude can clearly handle his own, but, no.
ちぇ、残念。ま、そういうことなら、ここは目押しさんに譲るよ。
なんだ、結局お嬢ちゃんは目押しと組むのか？
らしいよ。約束してたんだってさ。
He's being pouty.
しかし妥当な組み合わせではあるな。目押しコータは手慣れているはずだ。彼女を任せるにはうってつけだろう。
じゃあ自動的に俺は若さとってことになるがいいか？
ああ、俺も射撃の腕には多少覚えがある。一人でも問題はない。
I wonder if that's true. if knowing how to shoot a gun in real life really will help you in video games. Yeah, right? Does that transfer over?
結局こうなるのか。女の子と一緒が良かったのに。
He just didn't want to get. It's not like Toho likes us or anything. I think he just didn't want to go with an old man.
贅沢言ってないでおっさんで我慢しろ。力の配分的にもこれが一番いい。
はいはい、分かってますってば。けど僕もあんまり自信ないよ。ま、調べさんよりは上手いと思うけどさ。
そりゃ頼もしい。頼りにしてるぞ、少年時代。
少年時代ジュニア、いい加減に覚えてよ。
While they bickered, Miyoshi leaned over to whisper in my ear.
ごめん、約束してるなんて嘘ついて迷惑だった。
Oh, yeah, of course. I was just a little surprised, that's all. But why go to all that effort?
君さっき座り込んでただろ。だから調子が良くないのかと思ったんだ。具合が悪い時に乗り物のアトラクションは負担が大きい。だから少しでも君が楽になる組み合わせをと思って誘った。僕なら元のゲームをやったことがあるし、シューティングも得意な方だから。
Oh, that must be why he was looking at me earlier. Made me happy to know that he was worried about me.
実際にやらないとわからない部分はあるけど、調子が悪いならこのアトラクションは僕に任せてほしいんだ。
I wasn't sure what from, but there seemed to be a little bit of uncertainty in his voice. In any event, Miyoshi was the only person who noticed I was feeling off, and he was pretty good with video games. With his help, I might be able to make it through alright, even if I wasn't firing on all cylinders. Yeah, I'm not feeling so great. If you'd be willing to help me, that would be awesome. And thanks for noticing. We're not good at shooters, I think. I sure as hell am not good at shooters. This game is calling me out.
精一杯頑張るよ。
His expression seemed to relax just a little bit.
早く乗れと言っているのか。
みたいだな。とりあえずこの小型艇とやらに乗り込むか。
The same weird feelings of dizziness and disorientation from the plaza washed over me again, and I teetered on the edge of balance. I managed to grab the door of the ship and hold myself upright, but I think my head hurts. What's going on?
大丈夫？手貸した方がいい？
Oh, thanks.
途中で辛くなったらすぐに言って。なるべく早く終わらせられるよう僕も力を尽くすから。
Will do. Thanks. The colony felt chilly as we rode our ship into it, but no sooner were we through the gate than each ship settled off onto a different track. Apparently, we wouldn't all be going to the exit along the same path.
コロニー損傷度 56%。搭乗員は脱出ゲートを目指し、速やかに避難してください。
I wonder if this is like one of those laser shooting games, like the Buzz Lightyear ride at Disney.
脱出ゲートっていうゴールにたどり着けばクリアか。
Yeah, I think so.
安全ベルトは大丈夫？揺れると思うからしっかり締めておいて。
I hope we don't get motion sickness, because if we're already feeling nausea, we're totally gonna puke on him. Yeah, an on-rail shooter, literally an on-rail shooter. Right. The ship moved along a set rail, but we could rotate it to face in any direction we wanted. Miyoshi took the stick in his left hand and the gun in his right. He seemed totally at home, presumably because he played games with similar controls before. See, I suck at those games. That can't be comfortable, though. The ship was designed for 2 people to pilot. I can help out if you want. I'm not in pain or anything, so I could probably steer. He just shook his head.
僕がやる。休んでて。
His response was short, but it wasn't mean. I'd been around Miyoshi enough that I was starting to understand him better. He wasn't as antisocial as you might look at a first glance. He was nice and he cared about other people, but he was so quiet and awkward that it didn't always come across. I felt like I could trust him. If he's going to insist, I guess I might as well rest. I was starting to think that I was still exhausted despite sleeping so long just because every day was so stressful. Nobody else seemed to be having a problem with it though, which made me feel kinda lame. I volunteered and then turned out to be way less reliable than they were. I needed to pull myself together. I wanted to help, but if I couldn't do that, then at least I didn't want to be a problem. Tsundere? I think probably the idol is more of a tsundere. He's just a shy boy, our boyfriend.
来た。
Huh? We hadn't been moving long when he spoke
エイリア
up.
ン。敵だ。
Look at that nose! The moment the words were out of his mouth, a single alien appeared in front of us. I knew it was just part of the attraction, but it looked real. I swallowed. What do we do?
平気。ゲームと同じなら弱点は分かってる。
You don't know how to react to this sight. It's got a little fur coat and everything. Thank you, Hordian. It's got like a little fur coat, big old nose. The weak point is probably going to be the jewel in their heads. Karen horns. Yes, I said Karen horns. Like, as far as an alien goes, it's already great. He aimed at the alien with practices and pulled the trigger. The bullet slammed into the jewel on the creature's forehead. Whoa!
これでいいはずだ。弱点があそこで合ってるなら赤。
It's changing! Sure enough, the jewel turned red and the alien fell down into the floor, accompanied by the sound of an explosion.
よし。攻略法は一緒みたいだ。
You got him!
でも先は長い。まだまだ油断はできないよ。
Yeah, wait till we get to the boss alien.
おい、聞こえるか？
Wait, is that Shiro?
そこにあるスピーカーからだ。通信ができるみたいだね。
お前たち、敵の宇宙人はもう見たか？
エイリアンならたった今倒したよ。そっちにも現れてるの？
今も応戦中だ。しかも撃っても撃ってもキリがない。どうすれば倒せるんだ？
額の宝石を狙って。そこが唯一の弱点だ。あれを撃てば仕留められる。
It seems like he should have told them this before they all split up. Like, apparently they can communicate with each other through like their little vehicles, but what if they couldn't? Yeah, Comp has not video gamed before. Comp does not know video game.
よし、仕留めた。なるほどな。あれが弱点だったのか。こっちも撃破だ。うわ、助かったぜ。
Seriously, how? Why did he not tell them this before that?
ごめん、先に言っておくべきだった。それともう一つ、最後にはきっとボスがいると思うから注意して。
もう手一杯なのにボスまでいるの？勘弁してよ。さっき敵からも撃たれてさ、ひどい目にあったよ。
Wait, so the aliens actually attack? Miyoshi killed them so fast he didn't get to. Our boy's a speedrunner! But now that everyone knows how to fight them, we should be out of here in no time. He's speedrunning this attraction. He's fighting off the aliens while he's talking. We might be able to get through this game without any trouble at all. kept going straight for a while, and then a fork appeared. Which way should we go?
画面にマップ表示がある。確認しよ
He's a streamer. Yeah, that's true. He's able to play games while talking. Oh, shoot.
う。ただ距離が近い代わりに敵が多いか強いかするルートなんだと思う。ゲームにはよくあるパターンだ。
Think we could go to the exit faster if we go to the right. Seems shorter, but yeah, no, that's what games do. So which way should we go?
右に行こう。少しでも早くゴールしたい。
I suspected he was doing that because of me. Are you sure?
問題ないさ。どんなに敵が出てきても全部倒せばいい。
Sorry, I can't help.
そんなことない。現に僕は君に励まされてるよ。
I am? I didn't remember giving you anything. I was about to ask what he meant, when suddenly Miyoshi pushed the stick hard to the side. Ah! Outside, 3 aliens had suddenly appeared, to the left, right, and rear. 3 at once?
平気だ。落ち着いて1体ずつ倒せばいい。
He says we, but he's still the only one shooting, isn't he? He squeezed off a shot, hitting the right alien in the jewel. So I know the game meant jewel in the forehead, but my mind immediately went to a different kind of jewel. Behind us! There were 2 aliens behind us now. Miyoshi kept the stick hard to the right, and we kept turning until we were facing backwards along the track. As soon as they were in our sights, a shot from another alien slammed into the side of our ship. I grabbed onto the seat as we shook. My head was feeling wobbly enough as it was. I didn't need a shaking ship, too.
2体目。次で最後。
Does that mean we get to shoot? Chad's not happy with my other kinds of nuts. Yeah, it's time for us to do our part. He stopped short as he noticed me beginning to fall out of my seat.
しまった。
シールド損傷を確認。ゲームオーバーです。
Oh,
くそ。
game over? I'd only barely heard the announcement. No, this is my fault.
大丈夫？
I could hear Miyoshi, but his voice sounded far away somehow.
すごい熱だ。
I felt his hand against my forehead, but it was ice cold. I'm sorry. This is my fault.
違う。君のせいなんかじゃない。僕の腕が悪かったせいだ。
How dare we feel sick? That's not true.
おい、三好組、どうした？
We should probably give Miyoshi a back massage from all the carrying he did. I know he did all that lifting. He must be as swole as Mitarashi now.
ゲームオーバーになった。
There was a second of silence on the other end of the radio.
三好さんが失敗するなんて何かあったの？
僕がミスをしただけだ。ごめん。
気に病むな。あとは俺たちに任せろ。必ずクリアする。お前たちはその場で待機していてくれ。
それはできない。
だってできないってそれはどういうことだ？
What?
悪いけど僕たちは先に外へ出るよ。
何？おい、勝手な判断は。
Miyoshi turned the radio off before Shido could finish. Why are we leaving?
ここは冷えるし環境も良くない。それに今はまだ1時だ。みんながここをクリアするまで最長で6時間もある。そんな長時間熱のある君をここに置いておくことはできない。だから外に出る。
He hopped out of the ship and onto the rail that had carried us there. I swallowed.
大丈夫。腕の筋肉なら少しはある。ゲームのやりすぎでついたものだけどね。
Wait, I'm sorry, what? How? How do you... What? Is that true? Video games make your upper body swole. Because if that's the case, I did not need to buy Ring Fit. He's been deadlifting in Ring Fit. Oh wait, here we are. He's been grinding at the arm wrestling game. He's carrying us princess style. I felt myself rise into the air, and when I opened my eyes, Miyoshi's face was much closer than before. With a start, I realized he was carrying me. Seriously, he's You specifically play League of Legends for the gains. Ah, yes. When you carry your team, you are literally carrying them. He's been doing dancing games on his arms. He's totally straining over this. I'm fine. I could barely speak and I knew I sounded like death, but that didn't stop me. She's a small girl, wouldn't really be hard to lift. I am a small girl, and I still weigh a good amount, Hordian. And I have friends who are even smaller who weigh more than I do. Like, I imagine she probably doesn't weigh all that much. Because Japan, and apparently for Japan, the default weight is at least 20 pounds less than whatever the default weight is anywhere else. You're 1.84 meters tall. Okay, yeah, you are not a small person. Guys in Japan are lighter than Kizuna. Yeah, that's a pretty decent reference. Ass drag yourself to the exit. It didn't stop Miyoshi either though, and he kept walking down the rail as he couldn't hear me. Maybe he didn't hear us. Even in my nearly delirious state, I could tell that his arms were steady. Hogstein's voice echoed down from the ceiling.
このアトラクションから出る。関係ない。望むところさ。
Hogstein was going to do something horrible to Miyoshi and call it punishment. I knew it. I couldn't let that happen. Please, go back. But no matter how I struggled, I couldn't manage to form the words. Before he hung up, I thought I heard Hogstein say that things were about to get interesting.
"もうすぐ出口だ。眩しいから目を閉じておいた方がいいよ。
Miyoshi.
大丈夫。もう少しの辛抱だから。
The light shining in through the exit grew brighter, and I shut my eyes against it. You wish you could work out, Hordian? Clearly what you need to do is play video games. As soon as we were out of the attraction, I felt Miyoshi lay me down on the bench. Once he was sure I was safe, he sunk to the ground, breathing hard. I wanted to do something, but I could barely keep my head up.
くそ、どうして僕は。
Are you okay?
平気。少し休めばまた歩ける。
I'm sorry.
気にしないで。僕の方こそこんなでごめん。よし、行こう。
It sounded like his words were more for him than for me, but they seemed to work because he picked me back up and stood off, his face determined. When I opened my eyes again, I wasn't outside. It took me a moment to recognize the ceiling of the restaurant. I was lying on something flat and hard, probably one of the tables. How did I get here? As I sat up, something fell off my forehead. Uh-huh. A wet towel. I stared at it for a moment before things finally started to come together. It looked like I'd fallen asleep at some point. Miyoshi had carried me back to the restaurant and done his best to help me feel better. Next to me on the table were several slightly drier towels. He must have been getting new ones while I slept. It's a little past 6. I've been asleep for 5 hours. Suddenly I wondered what had happened with the game. Had they managed to beat it? If they hadn't, I felt my chest tighten. There'd only been 5 of us to begin with, and after Miyoshi and I had left, they would have been down to 3.
起きてたんだ。
I looked up to see a glass of apple juice in front of me, held up by Miyoshi himself. Everyone's dead except us! Oh no!
水分を取った方がいいよ。随分と汗かいてたみたいだから。
Thanks. I took the cool glass from his hand and drank that whole thing in one swig.
ホテルはまだ着岸する時間じゃないから、とりあえずここに運んだんだ。ゲームが終わればみんなも集まってくるだろうし。
The attraction was like The Hobbit, the war was skipped by head trauma. Hobson is gonna take the boyfriend away. He might. That might be the punishment. He made it sound like it was already a fact that they'd be coming back, and it made me feel a little more hopeful.
それはそうと君、よく眠ってた。やっぱり疲れてるんじゃない？
Oh, sorry. I must have been pretty heavy.
君が重いんじゃない。僕に力がないだけだ。それに寝てくれていた方が助かった。情けないけど、ここまで来るのにかなり時間がかかったから。体痛くない？タオルは敷いたんだけど、数がなくて。
I'm okay. My fever's actually gone down thanks to you. I feel quite a bit better. Are we sorry? Do we thank him? How do we feel about boyfriend, chat? Did he do good? Did we do bad? Can we hold both truths? Thank? Depends on how much ass weighs. We can't actually do both, according to him. He did not drag her by the foot, so we should thank. We might have weighed enough that he dragged us by the foot. Thank you so much.
いいよ、気にしないで。仲間なんだから。
He blushed and coughed.
他のみんなに比べれば、僕が頼りない存在なのは自分でも分かってる。
No, I think he got a head start on the pretty boy, my dude.
だけど、辛い時くらいは、できればでいい。僕のことも頼ってほしい。
You shouldn't be so hard on yourself, but thanks. He smiled crookedly and looked away. With all he knows about video games and what happened in the last game, I feel like I've already been counting on him a lot. Has he not noticed?
じきにみんなも戻ってくる。君はもう少し横になっていた方がいいよ。
We met this guy like 4 days ago, but he has been useful since the beginning. Oh! It was a little past 7 when I saw several familiar figures appear outside the restaurant. You know, it just occurred to me. They've been eating their dinners at this restaurant in a theme park. But if Mitarashi and Mai are still on the boat, I hope they're feeding them.
いたいた
You guys!
おかえり。ゲームは？
なんとかクリア。正直ちょっと危なかったけどね。
Wakasa grinned and I let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness.
それにしてもお前さんらがゲームを放棄したとワルド部に聞いたときは驚いたが。なるほどな。お嬢ちゃんを見て大体の察しはついた。
勝手な行動をして悪かったと思ってる。
No, no, it's my fault. He was just worried about me.
まあ待て待て。どっちが悪いなんてことはないんだから謝らなくていい。
うん、そんな状況じゃしょうがないよ。結局クリアできたんだし。
Yeah, we beat it, so it's all good. Now, if we had all died, then, well, you guys fucked up.
その通りだ。お前は正しい行動をした。胸を張れ。
ありがとう。
I was glad these were the people I had on my side for the games, and Miyoshi seemed to feel the same way.
でもさ、ちょっとまずいことになるかもしれないんだよね。
Huh? Wakasa frowned.
ワルド部がな、ゲームをクリアした後にちょいと不吉なことを言ってたんだ。
What did he say?
これは連帯責任だ。楽しみにしてろ。そう言っていた。
Keep our... Is he planning something?
わからない。だが何かを仕掛けてくる可能性は大いにある。警戒するに越したことはないだろう。
まあここで気にしてても仕方ない。何か起きた時にまた考えればいいさ。
あいつが予告するとも思えないしな。とにかく今は食事をとって体を休めよう。
I mean,
ホテルももうすぐ着岸する時間だ。
has he played fair at all during this time? Like, not even once. We got mad at him multiple times over it.
僕もうお腹ペコペコ。悪いけど先に何か取ってくるよ。
そうだ。ホテルにいるマイとみたらしの分も持って帰ってやらんとな。
They don't expect them to be feeding them on the ship. This is my takeaway. They're starving the two people on the ship for like the however many hours they're out there. Oh, I can do that. You should eat.
おい、体は大丈夫なのか？
Yeah, they get breakfast on the ship, but apparently they don't get lunch or dinner. They're just stuck eating the why not breakfast for dinner? I mean, I have no answer to that, clearly. Yeah, they just have to live on the snacks, that's it. Yeah, I got lots of rest.
それじゃあ任せたぜ、お嬢ちゃん。
I moved to get off the table, but Miyoshi stopped me.
待って。君はまだ寝ていた方がいい。
What? No, I can't just lie around up here while everyone's eating. Girl, you can totally lie around on a table. There are like so many tables. Do you not see how many tables?
じゃあ、せめて椅子に座ってて。テイクアウトは僕がやる。
Well, if you're sure. Thanks. They can survive on Cheetos. You should make pancakes, Kizuna. He gave me an unexpected smile and turned to follow Shirabe and the others over to the counter. I feel kind of bad letting him do everything, but he doesn't seem to mind.
あのさ、
Oh, hey. What's up?
みたらしさんとあの子何が好きか知ってる？
He said he'd ask the others, but they hadn't known either. Guess I'll have to go after all, huh?
ごめん。
Well, you could just tell him. You could totally just tell him. Then, just as I stood up, a blaring electronic wail filled the air. Boyfriend, please go loot whatever guest shop that is nearby that has medicine and gimme. Yeah, that would be needed, right? Pancakes aren't quite that hard to make. It's just having the right ingredients, Hordian. If you can make pancakes, or like if you have the ingredients for pancakes, I would definitely recommend making them. It's interesting that this game goes hard on a guy route instead of making the protagonist work harder for it. I mean, we still have to build up affection over the course of this route, or else we get the bad ending. Quote unquote bad ending. Oops. Like, if we don't have enough affection points with the route character by the end of the route, then we don't get the quote unquote good ending. A siren?
鳴ってるのはここじゃない。外だ。
The don't need no man ending. What? We rushed out of the restaurant to find the siren was coming from speakers scattered everywhere. The silence that had usually enveloped the park had been completely eradicated by the incredible racket.
一体何が起こっている？
これもワルド部の仕業なのかな？
But they didn't get to eat yet.
ようこそ視界島へ。
What? Pancat, I think the cafe is definitely no longer safe and we now have zombies all over the fucking place.
ここはゾンビに支配された陸の孤島。生き延びるためにゾンビの謎を解き明かすのだ。
The game literally fucking said zombies. Is this an announcement for an attraction? That can't be. Today's game is already over. Holstein's voice had replaced the announcers.
一体どういうことだ？
先ほどのアナウンスは聞こえませんでしたか？ここは視界島。ゾンビがごめんな孤島なんですよ。
ゾンビってどういうことだよ？
He means zombies, pretty boy. With clear glee, Hogstein explained that a bunch of zombies had been released into the park. There would be more and more as time went on, until we were buried under a massive tide of them. This is Dead Rising! We just reached Dead Rising. You were right, Hordian.
なんてこった。
でも大丈夫。いいお知らせもあります。今日から最終日まであなた方が挑むゲームはこの一つだけです。さらにさらに大サービス。これからは携帯電話で連絡を取り合っても構いません。さすがに舞台が広すぎるでしょうから。
最終日までゲームは一つだけ。つまりゾンビの謎とやらを解けばゲームを完全クリアしたとみなされるわけか？
We've only hit 3.5 attractions, though. What about the rest of the attractions? I want to see the rest of the attractions.
ですが勘違いしないでください。今から始まるのは残り3日間の価値を背負った最大規模のゲームなのです。
He roared with laughter.
ちなみにタイムリミットは7日目の午後7時。時間はたっぷりあります。嬉しいでしょ？
do we at least get to go back to the hotel ship? The developers ran out of ideas. No, it depends on the route. It actually does depend on the route. I don't know which route lets you go through all the attractions, but it is a shame that it was not the Gamer Boys route.
よく言うぜ。いい帰りや。安全に休める時間は一切ないってことじゃないか。
これが侮辱への報いってわけか。
さあ、それではあなたのゲームがございますね。どうぞ皆さん、終わりなき地獄をお楽しみください。
His laughter echoed across the park until the radio clicked off. For several long minutes, no one spoke. Well, we might as well go back into the restaurant. But as I turned around, the restaurant's lights went out. Shido ran to the door and the rest of us followed after him.
ダメだな。鍵をかけられた。
どうするの？ゾンビってもうそこらにいるんだよね。
And they still haven't eaten dinner.
落ち着け。とにかく状況の整理を。
ちょっと待って。あそこに何かいる。
Huh? I followed the line of his finger.
ゾンビだ!
Wakasa said what we were all thinking. These guys again. Its skin was cracked and rotting, and it moved with an odd, shuffling gait. In one hand it held a lantern, and in the other, a submachine gun. They're just like the ones from the hospital. But that's not possible.
おいおい。あいつらのアトラクションは昨日爆破されたはずだろう。
Shirabe seemed to be thinking exactly the same thing. Get the mini chainsaws, pick up a cork gun and shoot them. Zombies with guns equals BS. The zombie reminds you of House of the Dead. No, don't say that. If we had to fight like a magician. Or Hierophant, I will not be happy. I'm not good at House of the Dead.
とりあえず逃げるぞ。全員走れ。
走れる。
I'm fine.
手を貸して。行くよ。
Is shooting. As we began to run, the zombie opened fire, bullets cracking and pinging off the ground and walls around us. I concentrated on Mayoshi's hand and ran as fast as I could. By sticking to the shadows and moving through hidden alleys, we were able to move relatively safely. Eventually, we were able to reach an attraction that seemed to be zombie-free. The place we found ourselves at was some sort of cute animal-themed music-based attraction. It seemed oddly surreal given our current situation. The Animal Band family. Okay. Okay then. I think so.
病み上がりで全力疾走は辛いだろう。少し休め。
Okay. Thanks.
で、メオシ、どうしてお前さんまで肩で息してるんだ。
僕はすぐ落ち着く。
Miyoshi was panting almost as hard as I was. He'd said he didn't have much stamina to begin with, but had he tired himself out more worrying about me?
それよりこれって一体どういうことなのさ。
大声を出すな。ゾンビに見つかる。
ごめん。でもなんでゾンビがいるんだよ。あいつらがいた血まみれホスピタルはもうないはずなのに。
Huh? He seems to have finally gotten his breath back.
血まみれホスピタル。ゲームの方だけど、それの2作目の舞台が市街島なんだ。
We're playing the fucking sequel.
ほう。メオシ、何か知ってることはないか。 とにかく今は謎を解くヒントが欲しい。
ごめん、僕はプレイしてないんだ。
Miyoshi, what good are you?
目押しさんでもやらないゲームってあるんだ。
作りが安易な手抜きだってユーザーから散々酷評されてたからね。あえて避けたんだ。
That's literally what happened. It got like a 1 out of 5 rating, so he didn't play it.
100万本を超えた初代とは対照的に2作目は数万本しか売れなかったらしい。結局シリーズもそこで打ち切りさ。
このゲームはそれを模している。そういうことか。
It is so totally suffering from sequelitis.
わからない。だけどワルドブーが視界島といった以上関係はあると思う。
テーマパーク全体が舞台のゲームか。むちゃくちゃな上に厄介だな。
僕がパンドラの箱を開けてしまったのか。
ありとあらゆる最悪の詰まった箱。
He grinned and tapped his finger against his forehead. You don't know how we could be dating
あり
anyone
と
else.
あらゆるってテンションが下がるようなこと言わないでよ。
When we understand his language. It's true, we were made for Gamer Boyfriend. Or Gamer Boyfriend was made for us.
安心しろ。箱にあるのは絶望だけじゃない。
どういうこと？
どんなに絶望的な状況でも希望はどこかにあるってことさ。
パンドラの箱には災厄が詰まっていた。だが全ての災いが飛び出した後、箱の片隅には一つだけ残っているものがあった。
Oh, right? Miyoshi nodded.
希望は僕ら自身だ。最悪も絶望も僕らが全部吹き飛ばそう。
ほう、随分と前向きじゃないか。
みんなのおかげさ。やっと人並みってところだろうけどね。
Shit, he just got way too relatable. He gave Shirabe a nervous smile.
問題は目的がまだわからないことだ。まずは何からするべきか。
なあ、とりあえずはホテルが岸についてるか見に行かないか。舞たちのことも気になる。
Joke is on him, though. We're never going back to the hotel.
そうだな。ひとまず船着き場へ向かおう。見当たらないな。
There was no sign of the hotel. Shido sighed.
いつもならもう船は着いている時間だ。そこまで甘くないと思ってはいたが、やはり船は来ないようだ。
I mean, the good news is this means the little girl is safe.
逃げ場はないか。
The bad news is we're fucked. Shirabe's expression had grown dark, and I realized from the start that he must be worried about mine. Yeah, we're missing our meat shield. How are we supposed to get through an island full of zombies without our meat shield? It'll be okay. Mitarashi's with her, remember? He'll make sure she's safe.
お嬢ちゃん。
ホテルにいるなら問題ないだろう。むしろあそこにいた方が安全なはずだ。着岸していないならゾンビと遭遇もしない。
そうだよ。すまん。年長者がこれじゃいかんな。
Is it cannibalism if you had to eat zombie meat? It depends on what kind of zombies they are. Could you even eat zombie meat? That's also a very good question. Like, you've got the zombies like in, say, The Last of Us, where they're controlled by a spore. Right? So in that case, it's just their chemical composition that's changed. Physically, they're still humans, but it's just that mentally, they're now brainless slaves. On the other hand, like if you had regular old virus zombies, I don't think you would want to eat virus zombies. You mean they are dead? Are they really dead in The Last of Us? I should probably play that and figure it out instead of just watching my brother play it. Anyway, hi Robbie, how you doing? We fucked up. The meat is rotting. Yes, the meat is rotting. But we fucked up, so now there are zombies all over the island. We fucked up by getting sick. It's high meat now. He took in a long, slow breath, then let it out.
まずは情報を整理しよう。それから今後どう行動するかを決めるべきだ。
Yeah, The Last of Us, the zombie fighting thing is fungal stuff. Fungal spores. Yeah, I can understand not wanting to eat that. We didn't mess up, this is where the fun begins? The music certainly sounds fun.
ホテルとレストランに入れなくなった今、100% 安全だと言える場所はどこにもない。俺たちが助かるには、このゲームをクリアするしか道はないわけだな。
どうすればゲームが終わるのか。まずはそこだね。
All the other games had an announcement at the beginning that had some sort of hint in it. Shouldn't this one have something like that too?
アナウンス、なんて言ってたっけ？生き延びるためにゾンビの謎を解き明かせ。そう言ってた。
ゾンビの謎か。
Halsey also said that there will be more zombies as time goes on.
ゾンビの巣窟だった血まみれホスピタルはもうないってのに、一体どこからそんな数のゾンビが現れてるんだ？
Isn't there like a big creepy castle in the center of the island?
それはどこだろう。もしかしたらそれがゾンビの謎なのかもしれない。
よし、まずやるべきことは決まったな。ゾンビの出所を解明する。それが今の最優先事項だ。
We all nodded in agreement.
それじゃあ早速動くとするか。
もちろん全員で固まって動くんだよね。ゾンビが徘徊する中で一人とか絶対に嫌だよ僕。
そうだな。大勢で動くのはリスクもあるが、今回は仕方ないだろう。その方が周りに気も配れるし、不意も疲れにくい。
それは構わんが、お嬢ちゃんを連れて行くのには反対だな。まだ本調子じゃないんだろう。最終日までとは言わんが、今夜くらいは休んでおくべきじゃないか。
確かにそうだな。まずは体調を回復させることが先決か。
僕が一緒に残るよ。元のゲームを知らないから今回はあまり役に立てそうにないし、何より彼女が心配だから。
But you play the video games. You know the video games. よし。
それじゃあその組み分けていこう。
携帯の使用は許可されたんだったな。何かあったらすぐに連絡を入れる。携帯は常に気にしておいてくれ。
分かった。じゃあ二人とも行ってくるね。
Be careful. Wakasa grinned, Shirabe nodded, and Shiro simply lifted his hand in a single wave. This route is actually pretty boring. We're just sitting out everything. Game Boy wants to be with girl more than game. He's probably never experienced girl. Then they disappeared into the darkness, leaving us alone. They're gone.
今日のゲームだって彼らはたった3人でクリアしたんだ。きっと大丈夫さ。
Yeah, you're right.
見張りは僕がする。君は少し寝た方がいい。
I'm glad he's willing to look out for me, but do we thank him or do we say, No. Fuck it. We're gonna go. We're gonna go do shit. Because we take charge. We're sick, so we're gonna lean into him being nice. Am I letting joy into my life? Hi, Kundaria. I was remoted runs. There is no joy in my life. There is only horrified pain. You got a PB. Nice. Congrats. Depends on how we feel. We feel sick, apparently. So, we're gonna go ahead and let him do his shit. Thanks. He smiled. Fine, I'll rest. Just promise to wake me up if something happens. Oh jeez, I think I bumped you. Sorry.
今気づいたんだ。いいよ、そのままで。その方が仲間みたいで、僕も嬉しい。
Doing stuff while we're sick is dumb? That's fair. Boy being so clearly interested in us, but keeping it to friends is also dumb. We smiled at each other and I felt like we were just a little bit closer. We hadn't noticed it, but the shadow of doom was already creeping up to our feet.
眠っちゃったわね。
あれだけはしゃげばな。
僕、眠ってないよ。あら、そんなに眠そうな声を出して。眠ってもいいのよ。家まではもう少しかかるんだから。おやすみ。
思い切って休みを取ってよかったな。
The focal character of these scenes has been pretty clearly a boy. So I wonder if it's one of them. Like one of the people we've got.
忙しいのにありがとうございます。
いや、やはりこういった時間は必要だと実感したよ。これからはなるべく時間を作ろうと思う。
あなた、無理なさらないでね。
And we've hit stage 5. We'll go ahead and save here. Since we're on this route, we may as well just oversave that. No, let's not quit the game. Wow, it's really dark. I blinked my eyes and looked around, not completely awake yet. The sky was dark and the air was clear, but something felt off. It's so quiet. I wonder what time it is. I dug around in my pocket for my phone. Nothing. No texts or calls, I guess. As it turned out, it was 2 in the morning. I'd only intended to take a nap, but it looked like I'd slept longer than I planned. It had paid off, though. I didn't feel feverish anymore. My head felt a little fuzzy, but I figured that would be gone pretty quickly. Now, where's Miyoshi? He was standing next to a tree some distance away, his arms crossed, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Hey.
起きてたんだ。体調はどう？
A lot better. My fever's gone and my head doesn't hurt anymore.
そう、よかった。
Has anything happened?
特にはない。この辺りはすごく静かだよ。
Have you heard from Shiro?
まだ何も。状況は気になるけど、手を煩わせるのも悪いし、こっちからもかけてない。
Huh. Well, I hope they're okay. He nodded and went back to watching. I can take watch for a while if you want.
いや、僕はいいよ。
You need rest too. Aren't you tired?
そうでもない。もともとそんなに眠る方じゃないんだ。だから夜更かしとか徹夜にも慣れてる。
He is truly a gamer. Why don't you sleep?
ゲームをやっていると気づくと朝になってたなんてことも当たり前だから。のめり込むと特にね。
100% gamer. Whoa, that's kind of cool. I always get sleepy as soon as the sun goes down. I don't understand. How do people live like that? Getting sleepy as soon as the sun goes down.
すごくなんてないさ。ゲームで徹夜なんて褒められたことじゃない。
He looked down and kicked at the ground. You seem to know an awful lot about games. What stuff do you play? They're a bird, that's why they get sleepy as soon as the cover goes over the world.
いや、でも君は知らないと思うよ。
You should try us, Kota. We're playing this game you've probably never heard of. It's called Sweet Fuse. It's like a visual novel mixed with a dating sim, and every so often you can get really angry at everyone because everyone's being really fucking stupid. Yeah, I guess I probably wouldn't know about anything that's not pretty mainstream, but I'd love to hear about them. There's still a lot of night left, and I don't want to go back to sleep yet. Are you sure you won't tell me about your games?
今やってるのは RPG と言ってもちょうどここに来る前日にクリアしてしまったけど、悪の魔王に支配された世界を救うためにプレイヤーは旅に出るんだ。主人公は勇者の血を引く者たちを探すんだけど、その仲間たちがクセ者揃いでね。
That actually
最初
sounds
は
like a pretty
チー
interesting
ムワーク
story.
のかけらもないんだ。
That your party members are terrible at being a party.
だけど旅を共にしていくうちに少しずつではあるけど絆が生まれていって、やがてはかけがえのない仲間になる。
Oh wait, never mind. That's just normal. That sounds kind of like us. That's
僕らの場合は魔王に用意された仲間だったけどね。考えてみれば前代未聞だな。
Oops. So what about the game? What happens in the end? I mean, yeah, our party was picked by the evil emperor in this case, but you know, you got me. I threw a wrench into the works.
ボスを倒して世界は救われる。でもその平和は見せかけのものなんだ。
What? Well, did you really beat it then?
言えないね。だから周回しなくちゃならない。2周目にならないと真の黒幕は倒せないんだ。これもよくあるシステムだよ。
Huh. That sounds like a lot of work. Fuck, spoilers. Alas, alack.
面倒な時もあるけど、時間が有り余ってる人間にとってはやりがいがあるよ。
If you've got a lot of spare time, it's worth doing, he says. Ain't nobody got the time for that anymore.
あと、ここに持ってきた携帯ゲームの方は探偵になって事件を解決するアドベンチャー。それもあと少しでクリアできるんだ。
So the thing he said was that this was a phone game, actually. And Japan has a long history with phone games, actually being fully fleshed games. Like, it's not all just gacha bullshit. They actually had like phone games that are like fully fleshed RPGs. Like there's this whole, like everyone knows about this by now, but there's this whole Final Fantasy IV sub games that's just entirely only on phones. Never released on anything else, just entirely on phones. And I think the system it was released on no longer exists, so that game possibly no longer exists as well. But it was a full-on RPG for your flip phone. And you play rhythm games too, right? Man, you're good at a lot of stuff.
でも一番好きなのは格闘ゲームかな。円卓コロシアムナイツっていうゲーム知ってる？
I have no idea what the fuck that game's supposed to be. It doesn't sound like Soul Calibur, it doesn't sound like Tekken, it doesn't sound like Street Fighter, it doesn't even sound like the PS1 jank that I'm familiar with. Like Zero Divide or Evil Zone or Rival Schools. Or Battle Arena Toshinden. No, it doesn't, it's not that either. The name sounds kind of familiar. Oh, right. That's one of the attractions here at the park.
対戦型の格闘ゲームなんだけど、僕は今まで一度も負けたことがないんだ。
He's a pro gamer, guys. Really? Wow, that's amazing.
人より多くプレイしてるってだけさ。それだけやってれば当然腕も良くなる。
Kota, I hate to tell you this, but some people just suck really badly at games. I should know, I'm one of them.
そんな調子で連勝記録を伸ばしていたら、いつの間にかネットでは格闘神なんて呼ばれるようになってた。その他にも目についたゲームの大体はプレイしてる。だからジャンルとかそういうものにこだわりはないんだ。
How many games do you play?
年に100本程度かな。
So mean to myself? Pancat. So, Friday's stream is gonna be a bunch of different rhythm games. You guys are gonna see just how bad I am at those. Like so many. I've got like right now five or six different rhythm games to try and go through. And oh god, I am so bad. I was testing them out like over the course of my my breaks today. And I was playing Gitaru Man. And I failed the very first level. That's how bad I am. You missed Sukibara? Sukibara was an interesting rhythm game. Like with the way the notes leapt at you. Also, this dude plays like 100 or so games a year. If only I could get to that level. 100?
おそらくね。ちゃんと数えたことはないし、ダウンロード版やネット上でのゲームもあるから、正確な本数はわからないけど。
I need to start practicing blaming the controller every time I miss. Oh yes, game! Game! No, I put that input right. Dropped inputs. Still, that's a lot of games. Doesn't that take a lot of time?
まちまちさ。アクションやパズルゲームなら時間はそうかからないし、RPG なんかでもクリアまでが短いものも多くある。それに、時間だけは余るほどあるから。
He doesn't have a job or school to go to. Huh?
言っただろう。僕は引きこもりだ。
He's a shut-in.
もう長いこと言ってない。
He's a shut-in. He's got agoraphobia.
中学に入った頃から休みがちになって、なんとか卒業して高校にも入学はしたけど、出席日数が足りずに、結局中退した。それからはずっと家にこもってる。だからゲームをする時間だけはいくらでもあるんだ。寝て 起きてゲームをして、時には眠ることもせずにゲームをし続ける。毎日その繰り返しさ。
He doesn't get out much because he's institutionalized. That straitjacket ain't for show. The straitjacket's an excuse for him to stay indoors all day, I think. It's the reverse. He's just responsibly social distancing. Ah, yes. He's making a good example of himself to his neighbors. You sure do like games, or why do you stay inside all the time? Do we think he just really likes games? Or do we think that we care enough to ask about the deeper reason? My man, have you heard of esports? Yeah, he could just totally do that and not have to worry, right? Let's rip open his wounds. So, why do you stay inside all the time?
それは
He already looks in shock. He shuddered slightly, like he was cold. Then he turned away.
興味を持ってくれるのは嬉しいけど、それはごめん。
He'd barely managed to get the words out, and I couldn't bring myself to press him further. Maybe I shouldn't have asked him about that. Sorry. He shook his head and apologized too. My phone. It's Shirabe. Hello? Shirabe? Hello? All I could hear from the other end was rough, crackling static. What's wrong? No, we can't. Is the connection bad? I could barely hear him. Yeah, we're not at a high enough level to unlock his tragic backstory, unfortunately. We're not super high school level girlfriend enough. What? Shido's... Where did he go? Shirabe! Shirabe! It went dead.
指導さんが消えたってどういうこと？
I don't know. The connection was so bad I could only make out about half of what he said. But I think Shirabe was running from someone. Or something.
ゾンビだろうね。
I'd heard gunshots on the other end of the call. Miyoshi was probably right.
他に何か分かったことは？
He mentioned a bazaar, but I don't know what that is or why he was talking about it.
バザール？そんな名前のアトラクションあったかな？もう歩ける？
Huh? Yeah, I'm fine.
じゃあとりあえず案内板を見に行こう。エリアの確認をしたい。調べさんたちに何が起こってるのかも気になる。
Welcome back, Cordian. I'm sorry your internet's being terrible today. All you missed was just that, our boyfriend here is very much a fucking gamer. 100% gamer. Yeah, good idea.
案内板は広場にあったはずだ。行こう。
On our way to the plaza, we passed by the remains of the hospital. Hogstein had blown it up when we failed the game on the third day, and there was nothing left. Instead of a building, there was just a gaping, blackened hole in the ground. I'd been too disoriented when we first escaped to really grasp what had happened. But as I looked at it now, a shiver went up my spine. Miraculously, no one had died, although Mitarashi had gotten hurt. Well, perhaps not miraculously. If Urabe hadn't told us about the hidden door, we all would have died. I shivered again.
平気？
Hmm? Oh yeah, sorry. He looked at me for a moment and frowned worriedly. I remembered with a start that Miyoshi had been the one to shield me from the explosion. He saved me so much I was having trouble keeping it all straight.
まずい、こっち。
Huh? He grabbed my arm and pulled me into some trees before I could spot what had spooked him.
頭下げて。そのまま隠れてて。
He moved around in front of me. Then I heard it. The ominous, shuffling footsteps of a zombie. It took me a moment to spot it in the darkness, but once I did, it was unmistakable. No matter how many times I saw them, the zombies were creepy as heck. Creepy as heck. If he spots us, he'll open fire and we'll be toast. I held my breath, and Miyoshi stood perfectly still as we waited for the zombie to move past.
もう大丈夫かな。
After looking around carefully to make sure the zombie was gone, we stepped out of the trees.
もしかしたら血まみれホスピタルの跡地からゾンビが湧いてるんじゃとも思ったけど、一体ゾンビはどこから出現してるんだ。
Finally.
3時を過ぎてる。思ったよりも時間を食った。
Took them a full hour to get to the center of the park. These zombies are everywhere. We'd had to keep quiet whenever we saw one and always be on our toes. So even a short distance had taken a long time to cover. Here's the map. Let's see. Bazaar.
あった。これだ。入場ゲートから広場までを結んでるエリアがバザールプラネットというらしい。
That's right. I remember a shopping mall right on the inside of the front gate.
行ってみよ
Yeah. We headed off again, keeping a sharp eye out for zombies. It didn't take us long to reach Bazaar Planet. Unsurprisingly, it had a sort of space theme with images of stars and planets everywhere. It's quiet. That doesn't seem right.
う。ゾンビがいないのは助かるけど、この分だと調べさんたちもいなさそうだ。
Maybe he was talking about something else.
電話が切れた時、調べさんは何かが来たって言ってたんだよね。だとしたら、その何かから逃げるためにまた別の場所へ移動した可能性が高い。とにかくみんなの安否がわかるような手がかりでもあればいいんだけど。
Well, it doesn't look like there are any zombies. Should we split up and search?
うん、それがいい。でも念のため、あまり離れないようにしよう。
We began to search, never letting the other out of our sight. All the stores seemed to be locked, so it wasn't likely they'd run into one of them. I began searching the ground for any sort of clue. Wait, there's something here. Miyoshi, come over here!
何かあった？
These are Shido's, aren't they? It was a pair of his sunglasses, but the lenses were cracked and the frame was bent. I don't think he just dropped them.
これ、この辺りに落ちてたの。
Yeah, right where you're standing.
見える。ここの地面。
Huh? I followed the line of his finger. Oh no!
血痕だと思う。
On the ground were several dots of dark red liquid. What happened?
機関銃の音だ。
That's what happened. It's not stopping. I think it's coming from over there.
バザールプラネットの右にあるのは 円卓コロシアムナイツ4だ。行ってみよう。
We hurried toward the gunfire. After the sustained gunfire, the silence felt like the sudden aftermath of a horrible storm. We didn't see any zombies, but Shirabe and the others were nowhere to be seen. To be seen. Just like before, we split up to search the area. Over here! When he ran over, I pointed to one of the pillars.
これ銃痕だ。
Yeah. Then there was a fight here.
銃痕があるのはこの柱だけだね。ここに誰かが隠れて、それを狙いゾンビが銃を乱射ってところかな。
We began to examine the ground around the pillar for more blood. Miyoshi picked something up and held it out toward me.
お菓子の箱が落ちてた。潰れてて分かりにくいけど、調べさんがいつも持ってたものと同じだ。
Oh no, the Pocky! It was dirty and smashed like someone had stepped on it. But there was no doubt that it was Shirabe's. I could still see a few broken stacks inside. First Shido and now Shirabe?
多分ね、逃げ切れたのか捕まったのかは分からないけど、あの人がお菓子を落とすなんてよほど非常事態だったんだと思う。でもそうなると気になるのは若狭くんだ。
If Shido had disappeared and something had happened to Shirabe, then Wakasa was probably alone. I hoped he was alright.
何にしても手がかりがなくなったね。これからどうする？
Miyoshi's eyes suddenly widened, and he grabbed my arms and hauled me behind one of the pillars. I opened my mouth to protest when the air erupted in gunfire, and I heard the splintering crack of bullets slamming into the pillar. A zombie had found us. If I'd gotten behind the pillar even half a second later, I'd have been turned into Swiss cheese. Why the fuck are these real bullets? I swallowed hard and tried not to think about it. Huh? The firing stopped. Miyoshi peered around the pillar.
カートリッジを交換してる。さっきと今の乱射で弾が切れたんだ。
If we were going to escape, this was our only chance. Miyoshi took my arm and we leapt out from behind the pillar. We ran as fast and as hard as we could, and with every step, I expected to hear the gun start firing again. Somehow we managed to escape, and once we were far enough away, we slowed down. So we've seen music game, fighting game, shooting game, RPG, racing game, and horror game. There's one more game we haven't seen yet. I wonder what that one is. There didn't seem to be any zombies nearby, and we both let out a sigh of relief. We were standing in front of Moonlight Ox. It felt oddly calm, and the whole attraction was lit up, filling the sky with bright light. It's a dating sim, a love hotel. Our final boss is a spider girl. Escaping from this attraction on the 4th day had caused our current predicament. Hogstein had extended his punishment to everyone else, and now we were all running for our lives. The last game is a 4X game? Oh no, we're failing that one. In other words, it was my fault that my friends were in danger. My chest felt tight and hot tears pricked at the corners of my eyes, but I gritted my teeth and forced them back. Crying wasn't going to help anything. For all I knew, Shirabe, Shido, and Wakasa were safe. Unfortunately, my body had other ideas, and despite my best efforts, tears began to trickle down my cheek. I felt silly and weak and tried to wipe them off before Miyoshi could notice.
この辺りは安全かな。どうしたの？
He stopped suddenly when he turned to look at me and saw that I was crying. My eyes were so full of tears that I could barely see his face. I'm sorry. All of this is my fault.
君のせい。何の話？
Yesterday I abandoned the game and now everybody's in danger. To be fair, we did not choose to abandon the game. We got literally carried out of the game. This is all my fault. Tears wouldn't stop no matter how many times I wiped them away, and at last I gave up and crouched down on the ground in a miserable ball. I heard Mayoshi's footsteps come closer. Crying was just going to make him worry, but instead of helping me pull myself together, the thought just made me cry harder.
ね
This is supposed to be a dramatic, emotional moment, but our name just ruined it entirely. I felt his hands on my shoulder. Even though I could feel him shaking, his grip was firm. I stood.
え。顔を上げて。
I looked up and found myself staring into his eyes.
行こう。僕たちに後ろを向いてる時間はないんだ。
But... I started to sob again.
みんななら大丈夫だ。彼らは強い。君だってそれは知ってるはずだろ。
I nodded.
自分のせいだって君がそう思ってしまう気持ちもわかる。僕
Skipped ahead a little, but yeah, you'll be fine. Really?
もうずっと昔の話さ。今の君のようにこれは僕のせいだと自分を責めた僕はそんな気持ちを抱えたまま逃げたんだ。いや、少し違うな。今だって僕は逃げ続けてる。
He smiled bitterly and shrugged.
そんな僕だからこそ君に言いたいんだ。自分のしたことに後悔してるならなおさら前向きになるべきだよ。悲観してたって前には進めないから。だから今は前へ進もう。君には僕がついてる。
His gaze was steady and serious. It slowly dawned on me that he'd never looked at me like that before. Should we thank him? Or should we just brush off his feelings? Like, yeah, I know you're being serious and caring about me, dude, but I hope everyone's okay. You don't matter. I know you're okay. You're just standing in front of me. Pancat sounds a little confused, but sure, we're gonna thank. Like the trash that we are. Fuck everyone. Thanks. He smiled softly and nodded. What did they do to hell? They ran off and left us. They gave us alone time, Horty. Yeah. This isn't the time to be crying. If I had time to mope, then I had time to beat this game. That's what's going to help my friends, not feeling sorry for myself. My sobbing had reduced to a sniffle, and finally with a few deep breaths, it was gone completely.
もう大丈夫。
Yeah, thanks. Mayoshi?
Hmm?
You called me ass. That wasn't very nice of you. You called me ass. Technically, the other important characters are on the boat. It's true. Our meat shield and the cute little girl are on the boat. No one else matters. But yeah, Miyoshi, you called me ass. That wasn't very nice.
ごめん。つい嫌だったかな。
I mean, I would like it if you did not call me ass, because again, that's not very nice of you. and she just goes ahead and ruins me. No, it was nice. It was 69. Hey, is it okay if I call you Kota?
いいけど少し恥ずかしいな。そんな風に呼ばれたことないから。
Well, it's gotta start at some point. Then I'm the first one. I feel kind of special. I grinned. A pretty good recovery, if I do say so myself. Oh, we got a phone call. Then my phone rang. Oh, it's Wakasa. Oh shit, they're all dead now. Hello? Poor Wakasa is freaking the hell out. His voice exploded out the phone in a non-stop stream of words. That didn't disguise the fact that his voice was shaking and it sounded like he was crying. Just like with Shirabe, the signal seemed to be bad. Just calm down. Where are you? Samurai Fantasy 7, right? What about the others? Are they with you? The poor baby is all alone.
Wakasa-kun, なんて?
You like calling him Miyoshi because Mayo is cat? He's cat boy. I'm not sure, but I think we should get over there fast. He sounded like he was crying.
指導さんたちは?
I could barely hear him, but I think Wakasa's alone. And I don't know where Shirabe and Shido went. Would Idol be less scared if we hooked up with him? Maybe. He's probably at Samurai Fantasy 7. He said he found something, but he didn't say what.
とにかく行ってみよう。指導さんたちに何があったのかも気になるし、彼を一人にしておくのも心配だ。武士道ファンタジー7はこのエリアの隣だったはずだ。
Idol can suffer. Yeah. Hold on, Wakasa. We're coming. No, Miyoshi doesn't look like a cat, it's true. I would like Miyoshi to get away though, because the castle at night looks really pretty. I want to see the castle. Where's Wakasa? Did something bad happen to him too? I shivered. Huh? Did I notice something? Look, over there. It's open.
本当だ。関係ない場所なら閉まってるはずなのに。もしかして、若狭くんは。
Cat is a kind human being. Miyoshi looks more like a hamster, if anything. As we watched, a figure appeared in the entrance. We dove into the trees. And it was a good thing we had, because the figure turned out to be a zombie.
あのゾンビはアトラクションの中から出てきた。それはつまり
Samurai Fantasy 7 is the source of the zombies?
そう考えられるね。
Do you think that's what Wakasa was talking about?
きっとそうだ。ゾンビの出所を見つけた。そう言いたかったんだと思う。
But what about Wakasa? That was a good one. That was a good scream. I guess we know what happened to Wakasa. It was faint, but whoever had made that scream was inside Samurai Fantasy 7. That was him.
僕も若狭くんの声に聞こえた。行ってみよう。
That was a really good scream. I like that so much. Little baby scream. But it was a really good baby scream. We headed inside as quickly and carefully as we could. And after running down the hallway, we found ourselves in the room of the Guardian. It almost felt a little nostalgic. This was where we had all solved the first puzzle. We'd had to contend with the threat of poison gas as we struggled to figure it out. It seemed hard to believe that had only been a few days ago. Girl, you do not have time to reminisce. Back then, all 7 of us were there, but now it was just me and Kota. I need to stop thinking about that. We need to find Wakasa. Fortunately, it looked like the Nue hadn't moved since the first day, so we would be able to pass through without solving the puzzle again. A zombie!
早くこっちへ。パネルの裏に隠れよう。
We slid behind one of the electronic panels. I curled up into a tight ball, and Kota put his arm over me. After a few moments of silence, a group of zombies began to shuffle past. There were 5 of them in total, and we held our breath as they moved through the room and toward the exit.
やっぱりランド内に現れるゾンビはみんなここを通ってるのか。
The corridor of hate is down those stairs, right? Does that mean it's the zombie lair? Or hive? Or whatever zombies have? What do zombies have?
それかその先の覇王の間か。だけど釈然としないな。怨念回廊にも覇王の間にも大量のゾンビが隠れられるような場所はなかったはずだ。
He frowned and rubbed at his chin with one hand.
とりあえず少し様子を見てみよう。ゾンビがここから出てくると分かった以上、迂闊に動くのは危険だ。
Agreed. So we stayed put and watched the zombies. There was a pretty long period of time between groups, but given our situation, it was better to waste a little time than to, well, get wasted.
数は5体。周期も毎回同じみたいだ。
And the interval is always the same, or at least it was for the 3 groups we saw. For mindless undead, they're pretty punctual.
本当にね、まるで機械か人形だ。
Speaking of machines, I had no idea my phone had a stopwatch. How did you know?
君のにもついてると思うけど、女子高生とは思えない言葉だね。
Ouch! But also, he ain't wrong. A murder of zombies. A corpse of zombies. I just text and stuff. Kota laughed.
さて、これからどうしようか。ゾンビが現れるペースは把握できたし、動くならこの30分間が狙い目だ。
Oh, that's a long time to wait. Yeah, let's go. He grinned. We made our way down to the corridor of hate with no zombies in sight. There had been a puzzle there, too. The faces on the walls had shot arrows when you walked past them. It had been Kota who had beat them with his amazing reflexes. It's not like we just played this part 2 days ago or anything. Wow. He triggered the sensors to fire the arrows at just the right times to dance on to the next one and fire it.
どうしたの？
I blinked and realized he was looking at me quizzically. Do you remember when you beat this puzzle? I was just thinking about it.
そうだったっけ？
Come on, you were all quick and nimble, like a ninja. It was really cool.
そんなことないよ、全然。
Thought I saw a bit of a blush on his face as he quickly turned away. His voice has changed, and as I watched, he crouched down to look at something on the floor. What's wrong?
見て
Oh no! That's... blood. Kota touched it with one finger. I hope it's not Chris's blood.
完全には固まっていない。どうやら
Could this be? Was it Wakasa's blood? I didn't want to admit it, but it felt like saying it out loud would somehow make it more likely. Are the zombies cast members, robots, or actual zombies? Are we killing Disney cast members? You know, we haven't actually killed any zombies. We've been hiding from them the entire time. So, we may not have killed anyone. Like, the only time they got killed was when Count Hogstein blew up the entire fucking bloodstained hospital. And that's not on us, right?
仕掛けはよかった。作動してない。
Oops. Keep skipping now. Despite his shy appearance, Kota was capable of surprising boldness. I was reminded of that as I watched him calmly wave his hand in front of one of the demon faces to check and see if it still shot arrows.
進もう。これなら向こうへ渡っても大丈夫だ。
True enough, we made it to the other end of the hallway without getting impaled, and found ourselves in front of the same metal door. Unfortunately, it was locked. Huh. I thought it'd still be open since everything else was like we left it.
電気のスイッチもダメだ。反応しない。仕掛けが解除されてたわけじゃなくて、センサー自体が機能していなかったらしい。
Well, that makes sense. It would be kind of stupid if the zombies got full of arrows when they walked down the hall, right?
だけど、扉が開かないのは変だ。ここが閉まってるなら、さっきのゾンビたちはどこから現れてる？
They're climbing out of the demon mouths in the wall. That's true. There was only one way to the entrance, and it was through here. They couldn't be coming from anywhere else. Huh? A dull sound rumbled through the room, like a heavy door sliding open.
こっちへ。
Kota pulled me into the shadow behind one of the lanterns. What's making that noise? I looked for any sort of door and did my best to keep my breath calm and quiet. How many times had we hidden from the zombies together? I was starting to feel like we were really in sync, by which I meant we were both good at hiding. That's how you know it's true love. You're good at hiding together.
ゾンビだ。
He frowned. As we watched, a section of the wall in the middle of the hallway swung up, and a zombie stepped through it. It turned and walked toward the stairs that led to the room of the Guardian.
隠し扉か。
He sounded almost excited. Another door opened up on the opposite wall from the first one, and another zombie appeared. Then another, and another, until, in all, 5 doors had opened. Each door produced a zombie, and each zombie headed up the stairs to the room of the Guardian. Once we were sure all the zombies that were going to appear had left, we quietly stepped out from the shadows. The hallway was full of hidden doors. I didn't notice anything when we were here the first day.
こんな仕掛けがあったなんて。すごいな。隠しダンジョンを見つけたような気分だ。
Why are you excited for bonus dungeon? The doors have already closed though. I can't even tell where they were.
暗くてよく見えないから余計にね。好都合だと思ったけど、この暗闇もいいことばかりじゃないってことか。
We sighed and started feeling along the walls for any sign of the doors. After watching for a little while longer, we determined that the doors opened at a set interval, and zombies came out of them to head for the exit.
隠し扉の奥にゾンビの謎があるのは分かった。問題はどうやって扉に入るかだ。
They don't open at the same time, and the zombies make it tough to go out in the hallways, so... Wait! Unless... It's been a while! Alright, what do we know so far? The hidden doors open at specific intervals, and when they do, zombies come out and head for the stairs. The doors open once about every 30 minutes, and stairs go to the room of guardians. There are 5 hidden doors. One is in the middle, the next is opposite that, next is the door furthest away. Okay, no way we can get all the way back there after the zombies come out. Hidden doors doesn't seem to really matter. Then another, and the last one is right in front of us. Thinking about the one right in front of us opening makes me nervous. If we wait for the zombies to come out, we won't be able to reach the doors before they close. The zombies are slow, so the doors will start to close before they leave. Once the doors close, it gets so dark we can't see where they are. But if we just wait in the hall for the zombies, they'll see us and shoot us. Because they're just like the ones from the hospital. How are we going to get through the doors? Okay, right in front of us, furthest away and hidden doors. I mean, I'll agree, zombies come out and close don't seem like they matter. My thought is maybe intervals matter, but probably not. Apparently intervals did not matter. What if we jump through the door that's right across from us after the zombie comes out of it?
目の前の壁か。賭けになるけど、確かにそれしかないか。うん。その手で行ってみよう。タイミングを見て僕が先に行くから、君もすぐについてきて。
Right. When we've been in the corridor the first time, he describes his reflexes as S rank. I felt like I could trust Kota to get the timing right.
そろそろ時間だ。
We got ready to move. Then, right on cue, the hidden doors began to open. Not yet. Can't rush it, we have to wait until the one in front of us opens. We sat there in the shadows, muscles tense and ready to sprint. The door opposite to the last one opened, then the far door, then the one opposite that. Then finally, the door in front of us opened.
今だ。
The moment the zombie turned and began to lumber off toward the stairs, Kota leapt up. I followed right behind with my hand on his shoulder. It's already closing! Kota saw it too and dove for the opening.
かがめ、滑り込むんだ。
Come on, ass, jump, he says. Come on! I landed hard just as the door shut behind me. The hall or room or whatever on the other side was pitch black. Can't even see my hands. Ugh, this is weird. Kota? Are you there? My voice sounded high and squeaky when I spoke, but I'd lost my grip on him when he jumped, and obviously I couldn't see him.
大丈夫。ちゃんとここにいるよ。
I relaxed a little when I heard his voice come out of the darkness nearby.
待ってて。今見つけるから。
Only a moment later, I felt a hand slip into mine. Kota's hand. I was a little surprised I could tell it was his. Maybe because we'd been holding hands so much for the last few hours. I'd learned to remember the shape of it.
あ、見つけた。なんだ、こんな近くにいたんだ。暗いと距離感がつかめないな。
We're so close, but we can't even see each other's faces. This is gonna be weird until our eyes adjust.
携帯を使えば 足元くらいは見えるだろうけど、これだけ暗いと明かりでゾンビにバレる。大変だけど、このまま歩こう。
I agreed, and we began to walk.
あのさ、はぐれたら困るから、手を少し強く握るけど、平気？
Yeah, of course. I think I'd feel a little safer if you did.
そう。ありがとう。
He squeezed my hand and I did the same. You know, you've changed since that first day. When I met you, you hardly ever talked and you seemed afraid to touch anyone. Lots of times you seemed like you couldn't even look at me.
あれはごめん。人と接することが少ない上に、女の子にも慣れてなかったから。
My dude.
勝手がわからなくて。
My dude, girls are just the same as boys. There's nothing special about a girl. Do you think you figured it out yet?
どうかな。仮に慣れたとしても、もともとうまくないんだ。会話とか、人と協力するとか、そういうのが。誰かといると、途端に息苦しくなってくる。だから、こんな状況にでもならなければ、仲間なんて絶対に作ってなかったと思うよ。こうやって女の子と手をつなぐなんてこともきっとありえなかったんだろうな。
Our old friends, holding hands with a girl. He's leveled up so much in the past few days. You'll come back to say lies. No such thing as our old friends. Is it hard to breathe right now?
いや、苦しくない。君といるのは楽しいって、そう思う。自分でもすごく不思議だけど。
Really? That makes me happy. I like hanging out with you too.
真っ暗で助かった。
He's so red. Huh?
なんでもない。次に角があったら右に曲がるよ。行き止まりだ。
This is the third one. The path had split a lot. We'd had to feel our way along it because of the darkness, and it was taking quite a while. There had been so many twists and turns, I was starting to lose track of where we were. And as if that wasn't enough,
明かりだ。隠れよ。
every so often, we'd come across bobbing lights, and I quickly learned they were zombies with lanterns. That one was pretty close. I really jumped.
ああ。でもゾンビの方もここには誰もいないと思ってるのか、大して警戒してないから比較的楽ではあるね。
It was slow going, but we'd managed to keep moving through the maze.
時間はだいぶかかるけど、ゆっくり安全を第一に進んでいこう。
I wasn't sure how much time had passed since we'd gone through the secret door, but eventually we found something.
ここから階段みたいだ。
Yeah, they do. I could feel a low wall with my feet. Probably the first step. Are you okay? You didn't fall, did you?
大丈夫。手探りしながら慎重に進んでてよかったね。急いでたら転ぶところだった。手すりもちゃんとある。何段あるかわからないからゆっくり上がろう。
So up the stairs we went, taking them one careful step at a time, until
壁？
he suddenly stopped and mumbled to himself under his breath. I felt around in front of us. There was definitely a wall there. Do all those steps just lead to a dead end?
いや、これ壁じゃない。扉だ。
Really? Oh, yeah. Here's a doorknob.
外に続く出口かもしれない。 鍵は開いてるね。出てみよう。
We opened the door and found ourselves in a forest. Apart from a single cleared path, the trees were so thick I couldn't see through them. The sky was dark. I checked my phone. It was 11. We'd gone to Samurai Fantasy 7 right after nightfall, so we'd been inside for a long time. I knew we'd been moving slowly, but I hadn't realized just how slowly.
11時間。思ったより時間が経ってる。
I mean,
ゾンビをかわしてた分、だいぶロスしたね。
she woke up at like 2-ish, and they started moving at 3, right? Was that like 2 a.m. or 2 p.m.? Seems like it would make sense for it to be 2 p.m., I guess. Where do you think we are? I can't see any attractions. A.m. It was already night. In that case, it took them 2 a.m. To 3 a.m. to get to the center of the park. Then they went around to the attractions, and then they entered here just after nightfall, which let's assume was like 6 or 7 p.m. They spent a long time like running around the park then, from like 2 a.m. well 3 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's like 15 hours without sleep. Anyway, where do you think we are? I can't see any of the attractions.
アトラクションは見えないけど、ほら、木の間からタワーが見えるよ。
I hadn't noticed it at first, but he was right. If the castle was there, then perhaps we were behind the plaza somewhere.
これ、本物じゃないね。
Huh?
ここにある木、よくできてるけど、全部作り物だよ。触ってみるとわかる。
I did, and although they looked real, the leaves were dry and fabricy.
作り物と思って見てみると、この森も変だ。進める方向が一つだけしかない。
Yeah, it makes sure the only place you can go is down that path.
そうらしい。外部からは入れないようになってるんだ。
Why would someone build it like this? Hidden doors, a fake forest that funneled you onto a single path. It felt oddly isolated.
可能性としては、従業員用の通路と考えるのが妥当だけど、そう単純でもなさそうだ。簡単には見つけられたくない何かがこの先にあるのかもしれない。
Something? Like what?
どうやら僕たちは本当に隠しダンジョンを見つけてしまったらしい。
Guy, people are dying. What's that smirk on your face? He grinned. With nowhere else to go, we headed off down the path. Eh? 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 What? I didn't know what else to say. The trees opened up into a clearing in a forest in front of us, but what filled that clearing was impossible. That's the blood-stained hospital, isn't it? A run-down, abandoned building rose from the ground, bathed in red light from the blood splatter on its sign. There was no question. It was the blood-stained hospital. Thick fog drifted slowly through the air, making me shiver. But it blew up. We were there. We saw the crater.
市街地間の血まみれホスピタル。ネットで見たのと同じだ。
He was staring up at the building with an odd sort of incredulous look on his face. Do you know anything about it?
血まみれホスピタルの元になったゲームには続編があるって話したの覚えてる？
Yeah. You said it wasn't as popular as the first one. Something about it being lazy? He nodded.
手抜きな作り。そう言われたのは主にステージの使い回しが原因だったんだ。
He's complaining. You don't know if the suspension of disbelief for this game needs to be high or if it's just bad writing. The game is very silly. I would not take it seriously.
2作目は視界島の入り口からゲームがスタートする。だけど最終的にたどり着くのは結局1作目と同じ廃病院だったんだ。
It's making fun of sequelitis. When games reuse assets, it's making fun of that. What do you mean?
プレイヤーが操作する主人公はとりあえず島の中心を目指すんだ。そして命からがら中心部にある廃病院にたどり着く。当然プレイヤーは新しいステージだと思って期待する。でも実際は構造も敵も初代と全く同じただの使い回しだった。
The game is totally making fun of silliness of sequelitis.
理由付けはいろいろされてたみたいだけど結局はコスト削減のための再利用だったってわけさ。
The developer was gave a lot of excuses, but they were just trying to save money. Excuse me, concept? Excuse me? I haven't said this since like Monday. Pretty sure I didn't say it yesterday, but one of the people involved in this game made Mighty Number 9.
リメイクならまだしもボリュームは前作の2倍なんて銘打った続編だったからね。これはないだろって非難が殺到したらしい。その情報を見たから僕も購入は見送ったんだ。初代のファンというわけでもなかったしゲームバランスも良くないって噂だったから。
So the hospital that got blown up was from the first game, and this one is from the sequel? Yeah, that's basically all the explanation we need. The game is taking game sucks as a literal reason.
ここは多分本来のゲームでは使用する予定がなかったアトラクションなんだと思う。もしかしたらワルドブーの逆鱗に触れたものを断罪するために用意された場所なのかもしれない。
Oh, well, we really pissed him off.
見て、あれ。
I followed his finger to the entrance and saw that a few zombies had just shambled out.
ゾンビが湧く大元はきっとここだ。ここから湧き出て、さっきの通路を通り、ランドまで移動してたんだ。中へ入る前にもう一度、みんなに連絡を取ってみよ
う。Oh, good idea. We both tried to call the others, but still nothing.
ど
う? No, I tried Shido and Wakasa, but the line's just dead.
そう、調べさんもダメだったよ。
It's the pig that game developer. That meant we were the only ones left. We would have to beat the game all by ourselves. If we didn't, well, I didn't want to think about that.
大丈夫?
I suddenly realized I was actually shaking.
不安な時は、いっそ言ってしまった方がいいよ。溜め込むのは良くない。
I am scared, but are we going to admit we're a little scared? Or are we braving it? Are we fine? So the pig actually did not develop this park. The pig took over the park, but our uncle helped develop this park. And he used his favorite games as the basis for the attractions. What the game is saying is our uncle has bad taste. Robbie says there's nothing wrong with being a bit scared. Hordian says we're fine and we're brave. Kizuna is scared. Game designer uncle has best taste is what Koyo says. Again. Mighty number 9. Well, yeah. I might be a little scared. If we screw up, everybody else is gonna... I mean, it'll be bad, right? I don't know what'll happen in there.
守るよ。
He says that with a straight face. P is very kowagatte. Huh?
主人公とパートナーがたった2人で困難に立ち向かう。ゲームにはよくある展開さ。そして主人公はパートナーを守る。男女のコンビならこれも定番だ。
This guy needs to play a fucking dating sim. Play a game where the girl you date is not going to die.
だから僕は君を守るよ。それが僕の役目だ。
I appreciate that he says we're gonna be okay, but could you pick a better example? Like I don't know, like take Resident Evil 5, Chris and Shiva working together. Not Shiva gonna die. Kota,
まあゲームのようにうまくいくとは思えないけど、やれるだけやってみる。
thanks. I will too. You know what? Yeah, he's picking Silent Hill instead. I just realized that. He thinks we're Maria. This isn't gonna end well.
じゃあ行こう。さっきも言ったけど、元になったゲームの廃病院は1作目も2作目も構造が同じなんだ。だから中の構造は3日目にクリアした血まみれホスピタルと大体同じだと思う。
Never thought I'd say this, but that's a relief.
ここは左の扉から入るべきかな。少しは構造を覚えてるから。
Yeah, that's the door we went into with Shiro.
覚えてたんだ。
Of course I remember. We beat it together.
やっぱり懐中電灯がある。持っていこう。
He picked it up and stood in front of the door. Just like before, there were letters carved above the door in Italian. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here, was what it said, according to Shiro. Abandon all hope.
Eh?
Oh, I was just remembering what that said.
ああ、そういえば。
Why did we feel so uneasy when we were clearly about to solve the mystery of the zombies and beat the game? I looked up at the words again and felt a shiver of dread, almost as if they were telling us we should regret getting this far. Do you think the two of us can really save everybody?
あるさ。希望は僕たちだ。2人で力を合わせれば必ずクリアできるよ。
That's... Yeah, you're right. Maybe we didn't have the rest of our team there to help us, but when Kota said we could do it, I believed him. Those ominous Italian words didn't seem quite so scary anymore. We might be getting the bad end, you're right. Oh, we're still getting these. On that night, my life ground to a halt.
すっかり遅くなっちゃったわね。
ああ、ここまで来るのにだいぶかかったな。しかしこの道に入って急に空いたな。
珍しいわね。何かあったのかしら。
どういうことだ。いつの間にか周りに車が一台も。
あなた、あれ。
バカな、なんでこんな。
Oh shit. Is Nathan our dad?
どうしたの？ダメよ。二人ともお母さんの下に隠れて。眩しい。
Are we in a car accident? I think we got into a car accident. I'm gonna go ahead and save. That's interesting. Like, stage 1 took a while. But stage 2 and 3 went by real quick. And we finished stage 4 and 5 within 3 hours. Even with me, like, just sort of taking my time reading and talking to chat. Like, this, they front-loaded everything. It looks like you get put on a route after stage 3, so I guess that makes replays easier. Like when you're trying to get on the other people's routes, you can just skip the main dialogues, just make the right selections, and then you can focus on someone else's route. It's making more sense why some people took 8 hours. They they finished the game in 8 hours. And completionists took like 25 hours to get everything, apparently. It's not that long of a game. It was night outside, but somehow the inside of the hospital felt even darker. I shivered. This is just like the other one.
この不快な匂いまで再現してるのは褒めるべきなのかな。
Yeah, you're right. The whole place was filled with a dank, moldy stench. I had to resist the urge to pinch my nose. At the same crumbling walls, the same floors scattered with abandoned bottles of medicine. The blood on the walls and floors had to be fake, but it looked real. Suddenly, Hogstein's voice echoed through the hallways. I could almost hear Hogstein shrug elaborately as he said, "What others?"
消えた仲間たちのことだ。知らないとは言わせない。
その3名なら私の隣で仲良く寝てますが何か
What? Hogstein explained that anyone who got subdued or shot was considered to have lost the game and captured. Then they were locked in a cage with the other hostages. Are they hurt? We found blood. That meant Shido, Shirabe, or Wakasa could have been shot. If they'd been hurt bad, it didn't sound like Hogstein was going to give them any kind of decent medical treatment.
3人とも必要ありますのでご安心を。ちょうど今から始末しようと思ってたところなんですけどね。
Their breathing does not actually answer our question, but sure, whatever. What?
おい待て。始末とはどういうことだ。ゲームはまだ続いてる。参加者だってまだ僕たちが残ってるだろう。
Yeah, and if we beat the game, then won't that save all of them?
今回のゲームは特別なのです。これは私のご準備したものに対する報復のゲームを終わったら即始末します。
Finally, we get to be at again. That's awful! Even if he is doing this for revenge, that's just not fair! I mean, he's not even giving them a chance! We didn't even get the option before Kizuna was like, go mad! Go ham on the ham. Chat wants to rage! Oh, it still affects him. You're going to kill all of us if we can't beat the game, right? Then you should at least wait 2 days.
今のは軽い冗談です。あなた方がここをクリアさえすれば、捕獲された参加者も返しましょう。
Oh wait, that was it? I feel cheated.
ですが、本来のルールはこれまでの適用しますよ。
参加者全員の、つまり僕たちのクリア失敗が確定すれば人質を始末するってことか。
Hogstein responded cheerfully that he did indeed mean that. This was the 6th day. If we lost, then that would be 3 days worth of failed games. In other words, 3 hostages would be eliminated.
大丈夫。僕たちがクリアすればいいんだ。そうすればみんなも人質も全員助かる。
Kota. Hogstein laughed.
2人でここをクリアするのは不可能です。何したってランダに放ったよりはるかに多くのゾンビが徘徊してますからね。
They did say the sequel was unbalanced. I had to admit, it did sound pretty hopeless.
やってみなきゃわからない。難易度は高い方が挑みがいもあるってものさ。
Kota, why? Why? We can play casual.
まあ、期待しておきましょう。せいぜい頑張って私を楽しませてくださいね。
With that, Hogstein cut the transmission and silence returned to the dark hallway. Do you think the others are okay? I hope they aren't hurt too bad.
血が出るような怪我をしてるのは確実だろうけど、少なくとも全てのゲームが終わる最終日までは無事のはずだ。血痕も量は少なかった。失血するような傷じゃないはずだから大丈夫だよ。今はこのゲームをクリアすること、それを第一に考えよう。どのみち、そうすることでしかみんなは救えない。
I nodded.
ゾンビがいるなら懐中電灯は消した方がいい。明かりで見つかる可能性がある。
We'll also be able to see their lanterns better, so we'll know when they get close. Kota nodded.
足元が悪くなるから十分に気をつけよう。あと、
Also what?
手を離さないように。
Dude, the last time hugging us got you to almost explode, man. I nodded and put my hand in his. He gave it a squeeze and smiled at me. Our immediate goal was to get to the 2nd floor. In the first hospital, we'd gone through the nightmare maze to the vivisection lab and then to the records room and the exit. Kota had said we should take the same route, but the nightmare maze wasn't called a maze for nothing.
次は確か左だな。
How can you remember that?
迷路とかダンジョンとか聞くと頭の中で歩いた道をマッピングしたくなるんだ。ゲームのしすぎかな。
He routed this thing. He routed the game already. He's speedrunning it as we go through it a 2nd time. He seemed to think it was kind of silly, but it was keeping us from getting lost.
ランタンの明かりだ。
More zombies? How many have we seen?
本当にうじゃうじゃいるんだな。曲がり角に隠れてやり過ごそう。
Even though, thanks to Kota, we knew where to go, it wasn't that simple. Whenever we tried to follow the old route, we'd run into zombies. So we'd have to double back and hide or take a detour. We'd done that so many times our actual progress was minimal. And eventually, after so many detours, we finally got lost.
行き止まりか。ダメだ。完全に迷った。
We kept having to run away from the zombies so much. I'm amazed it didn't happen earlier.
こうなるともう記憶は頼りにできない。ここからは勘で進んでいくしかないね。
There's probably still lots of zombies out there. We have to be careful.
なんだか昨日からこそこそ逃げ回ってばかりだな。本当に忍者になった気分だ。
Yeah, well, dude, that's your job. You're the ninja. For a ninja, he sounded pretty frustrated.
行こう。
We gripped one another's hands a little tighter and stepped into the darkness where the zombies waited. After walking a while, we reached a corner. It had been like the other hallways at one point, but the walls and floor were heavily damaged. In fact, all that was left of the floor was thin strips of concrete surrounded by gaping holes. This is new.
老朽化の演出か？
He tapped one of the walls, and even though he barely touched it, some of the wall crumbled away.
床も下手をしたら崩れそうだ。慎重に通り抜けないと。
I wasn't sure it wouldn't just collapse, period.
僕が先に行く。安全なことが分かったら君もついてきて。
Alright, I got... Wait, Kota's really skinny. I'm not heavier than him, right? I frowned. Kota noticed and tilted his head.
どうかした？何か気になる？
How much do you weigh?
え、体重なんてもう長い間測ってないからわからないけど、どうしてそんなこと？
For, reference.
参考？
Well, I just thought that whoever weighs more should be the one to check and see if it's safe, so... I mean, let's say you check it and it's okay, but then if I actually weigh more than you, it could collapse, right? He looked confused.
ああ、そういうことか。まあ、確かにみたらしさんなんかに比べたら軽いだろうけど、さすがに君よりはあると思うよ。
Maybe. My uncle's always telling me I'm round. Our uncle is shaming our head.
別に普通じゃない？僕は好きだよ。あ、いや、別に深い意味はないけど、健康的でいいなって、そういう意味であって、やましい気持ちは全然。
Calm down. I didn't really care that much, but his panicking was making me nervous.
じゃあ、足場を確かめてくるから。どっちが軽かろうと、君を危ない目に遭わせるわけにはいかないし。
He didn't level up enough. Right. I watched as he stepped out onto the stone bridge. I wonder which one would make him like us more. They seem like the same on surface level. Us being concerned about his safety. Let's try to be careful. I didn't save, by the way. So if this is a bad choice, then, well, it sucks. We're stuck with it.
ありがとう。でも大丈夫さ。石橋は割れる寸前まで叩いてから渡るタイプだから。
Luckily, it was not the bad choice. You've done this before?
疑り深いのかもね。この石橋はすでに割れそうだから、念入りな安全確認が命取りとならないことを祈るよ。
Guys, I am so good with 2D boyfriends.
よし、大丈夫そうだ。いいよ、ついてきて。
I took the hand he held out and began to walk along the same route he'd taken. The floor was much more solid than I'd expected. It took a little effort to balance, but no more than what I would have had to do in gym class. Kota's balance was perfect, of course, and he moved across the thin strip of floor, quickly and confidently. We'd almost made it all the way across when...
まずい。
Huh?
曲がり角の向こうからゾンビが来てる。このまま進んだら見つかって撃たれるのがオチだ。
Now that I knew what to look for, I could see the soft glow of a lantern coming from around the corner. He was right. What do we do?
仕方ない。一旦戻ろう。ここを渡ってしまったら 身を隠す場所がない。
Okay. He led me back across the broken floor the way we'd come. But I was removed. The zombie was getting closer and closer. We were only halfway there when it rounded the corner and spotted us. I saw it lift its gun. Oh no! Kota threw himself around me, and the hallway was filled with the sound of gunfire. It took me a moment to realize it seemed to be aimed at the ground. New holes and cracks began to open up in the already unstable floor, and I felt it begin to wobble. This zombie is actually very smart. More bullets cracked and pinged off the walls and ceiling, tearing away parts of them. We need to get out of here, but there are bullets flying everywhere. Kota? He groaned and grabbed his shoulder. I could see blood oozing out between his fingers. You're hit!
かすめただけだ。それより頭を下げて。
But
いいから危ない。
there was a sound like glass shattering, and one of the light fixtures on the ceiling fell down. If Kota hadn't warned me, it would have fallen right on top of me. Thank you. What?
しまった。床が
The light had broken through the floor, and I could feel it start to creak.
このままじゃ危ない。早くこっちへ。
But the floor under me had already collapsed, and I fell forward into empty space. I flailed around for something to grab onto, but there was nothing. I was falling, and there was nothing I could do about it.
くそ！
Kota!
動かないで。今引き上げる。
His face twisted with effort.
手を伸ばして。
I...
僕だけの力じゃ支えきれない。だから早く。
He was trying as hard as he could to lift me up, but it wasn't working.
くそ。どうして僕はこんなに。
Because you didn't lift enough and ring fit. He grimaced and pulled harder. Oh no, that's... I could hear the shuffling footsteps of the zombie coming closer. If Kota doesn't move, he's toast. Let go! The zombie's coming! You have to let me go or you're going to get shot!
やだ！絶対に離さない！
I could hear desperation in his voice.
くそー！
He pulled again as hard as he could, but I could feel his arm beginning to shake. The footsteps came closer and stopped. Then I heard the sound of a new clip being loaded into the gun. It's okay! Let me go! Huh? I couldn't believe my eyes. He was smiling. Then he shoved himself off of the ledge. We fell in what felt like a slow motion. I could see everything Kota did with crystal-like clarity. He pulled my body close and put himself under me.
守るよ。
No! Then we hit the floor, and pain shot through my body, pushing the air out. Kota's arm went limp. Barely conscious, my own body slid off him, onto the ground. Kota... I reached out into the darkness, but felt nothing. The bodies did hit the floor, Hordian. They dead. They so dead. Just a dream. But now, it's time for the final act. Just watch. Are we finally going to get an explanation for those scenes? Like, they've been having that in between stages, but other than amusement park, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we've been playing through. You know, I've been saving every so often, but I never actually bothered checking our affection levels. Urabe's at purple. Everyone else is at blue. How did we get Urabe to like us so much? Was it just by trusting him that one time? When he was like, cut the blue wire? We made some choices. We certainly did. Pretty boy doesn't seem to like us all that much at all. But I feel like we only made one choice that involved Urabe. That's right, when we decided to not stop the fight. I forgot about that. We took his hand going up the stairs. You know, clearly he made such an impression on me, because you guys are reminding me of all these choices that we made, and I totally don't remember. What happened? Also, we started that chapter like 20 minutes ago. We finished stage 6 in 20 minutes. In contrast, stage 1 took the entirety of my usual stream time. I didn't even remember him being dead. It's true. It's true. I didn't even remember him being dead. Whoops. I like his voice actor too, and I didn't even remember him being dead. The moment I moved, pain lands through my body and my breath turned to gas. Right. The floor collapsed. How long was I out? I shook my head in an attempt to clear it. I needed to figure out where I was. Slowly and gingerly, I sat up. I couldn't see Kota, but I couldn't see anything. Wherever I was, there didn't seem to be any light. I need some light. My phone should do it. I dug into my back pocket, hoping fervently that it hadn't been broken in the fall. Huh, there we go. I pulled it out and noticed the notification light was blinking. I'd gotten a text. Good. It looks like it isn't broken. The text would have to wait though. I need to find Kota first. I flipped the phone open and turned on the light. I could see a little now, but not much. And no Kota. Frowning, I looked down at the floor around me. Is there something shiny? I took a closer look. It was definitely metal. I think those are scissors. Next to the scissors was a scalpel? I kept looking and found a number of surgical tools scattered across the floor. Wait. We fell down onto a floor of surgical tools. We fell down onto a floor of sharp things. Then a shoe entered my field of light, and I gasped. I recognized the shoe. It was Kota's. He didn't do much in the whole game. Yeah, we didn't really give him a chance to do much, right? Kota! He was on his back, not too far away from me. Kota! But he didn't respond, and I felt a cold ball of dread begin to form in the bottom of my stomach. I I leapt toward him, but as soon as I did, a new wave of pain rushed over my body. I gritted my teeth and dragged myself over to his side. I lowered my head to his mouth and felt my shoulders sag with relief when I heard breathing. He was just unconscious. You saved me. Kota had protected me from the full impact of the fall with his own body. Given how much pain I was in, we must have hit pretty hard. What if he'd broken something? Kota. Still no response. I reached out and shook his shoulder gently. Nothing. Thank God that Kota's alive, P, or thank God that the fortune teller is dead. Because I remember you weren't too fond of the fortune teller. At least the bleeding from where he'd been shot looked like it had stopped. He really had just been grazed. He didn't have any obvious injuries, although that didn't mean he hadn't been hurt. I touched his cheek. It was warm. That was when I felt him move. Kota? Has she said anything other than Kota in like the past couple of minutes? Can you hear me? No. His eyes fluttered open. Well, I get that you feel like ass, but that's still rude, Kota. Oh, thank goodness. Are you okay? Do you remember me?
わかるよ。無事みたいだね。よかった。
Of course I'm okay. You protected me.
だからこそ心配だったんだよ。
Oh, don't. There's no way. Well, at least you're okay. Does it hurt? Can I help?
そんな顔しないで。僕なら平気だ。さすがにまだ動けそうにはないけど、少し休めばまたゲームに戻れる。
Can I ask you something?
いいよ。何？
When I fell into that hole, why didn't you let go?
後悔したくなかったんだ。
Oh. He let out a sad, resigned sigh.
ああいう時、ゲームの主人公なら絶対にパートナーを助けられるんだけどな。僕には力が足りなかった。ゲームのテクニックばかりを鍛えても決して強くはなれない。分かりきっていたことだけど、今はひどく身に染みるよ。
I mean, you're the one who said playing games gave you upper body strength. Are you saying that was a lie, my dude? Did you lie to us? You shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You kept me from getting hurt. You're a hero to me.
ありがとう。
I thought I heard a little bit of a smile in his voice.
ごめん。もう少しだけ休んでてもいいかな。
Upper body strength means hands. You know what also trains grip strength? Porn. Oh, sure. Of course. I'll keep watch, okay? He's had a lot of training with his hands, is what I'm saying.
ごめん。
Can I hold your hand? Well, it's dark and I don't want to feel alone. Is that okay?
ダメじゃない。
It was dark and I couldn't see him very well, but it sounded like he was smiling. We sat there for a while, holding hands and talking. This has been an excellent date, guys. holding hands in a creepy hospital, broken bones in our bodies, getting to know each other. Kota would grunt in pain every time he laughed, but he still sounded like he was having fun. Are you feeling better?
正直なところまだ辛い。でも主な痛みは内身だけだし、あまりのんびりもしていられないから。そういえば今は何時だろう？
Oh, hold on a second. I pulled out my phone to check the time and realized the date had changed as well. It's 7 in the morning. We'd come to the hospital late at night on the 5th day. My eyes widened as I realized what that meant. Kota, I think maybe we've been unconscious for a whole day.
ってことはまさか。
How old is the cop? I'd have to look that up. But give me one moment. The cop is 22, apparently. Almost as if he'd been waiting, Hogstein's voice suddenly roared out of the darkness. At first I'd wondered how he managed to always pipe up at the right moment, but then I'd realized we were under constant surveillance. How the fuck? Japan. Honestly, he probably was a career policeman. He graduated out of college and then went straight into the police force, and then having that degree meant he did not have to do the traffic cop beat. No!
メインティッシュ。
Oh shit! The fortune teller was still alive. He was still alive and he tried to save everyone. No!
浦部さんが。
But there was more. Hogstein told us that it wouldn't just be our friends who'd get eliminated if we failed. It would be all the hostages. We were speechless. If we couldn't beat the game, no one would leave the park alive. Boned out. That's an interesting choice of word to use, Hogstein. Boned out. The darkness was filled with Hogstein's disgusting laughter, and then he was gone.
冗談じゃない。コッパみじんになんかされてたまるもんか。
Kota.
まずは状況を把握しよう。ここがどこなのか、それと出口も探さないと。
I nodded, and we began to examine the room, with only the light of our cell phones to see by. Don't they have something like SWAT in Japan? They could have already invaded the park and saved the hostages. Yes, there is a special assault team in Japan. And that's basically a SWAT team. But I mean, I don't know if anyone was told about it. Like, one of the early things we were told was you can't contact anyone outside the park. And who knows what they did to all the other people that were at the opening ceremony, you know?
床に落ちてるのはハサミにメス、それと薬品。こっちにはベッドもある。
What I'm saying is, yes, this game is really silly. I think that's an operating table. How would they know if they contacted anyone outside anyway? They're under constant surveillance, is what the game has been telling us. Like, he's always watching them and always listening to them.
多分そうだと思う。となると、ここは手術室の一つか。
There was a room like that in the first hospital, right? I think it was the vivisection lab?
うん。でもあの部屋は2階にあった。それに、ここはもう少し狭いみたいだ。
It seemed large in the dark, but the room we were in was actually very small. And we quickly found the door. Unfortunately...
くそ、開かない。
Is it locked?
いや、ここは内鍵だ。それでも開かないのは、向こう側から無理やり鎖か何かで封じてるんだ。
We tried everything we could think of, even slamming our bruised bodies into it, but nothing worked. Does it hurt? He sat down, breathing hard. Augustine must have known we couldn't escape. That was why he'd been so sure we wouldn't be able to beat the game.
僕じゃなければ。
His voice was a defeated mumble.
一緒にいたのが僕じゃなければ、こんなことにはならなかったかもしれない。
No?
穴に落ちた時もそうだ。僕以外の人ならきっと君を引き上げられた。そうすればこんなところに
I mean,
閉じ込められはしなかった。
let's be real. The idol would not have been able to pull us up for sure. And if we had gone with the old man, with the journalist, with Daddy, he might also not be able to pull us up.
ゲームも僕じゃなければクリアできたかもしれない。やっぱり僕はダメな人間なんだ。
What are you talking about?
僕は誰からも頼られちゃいけないんだ。
If Urabe were still around, he wouldn't have let go of the crystal ball. Orb would still have been around. I mean, it's easiest to describe him as Daddy. No one really cares that he's a journalist. He's Hughes. He's a daddy. The cop would be the second best choice. Oh, oops. Sorry about that, guys. Microphone fell over. I don't know if the cop would have been the second best choice. The cop has some very defined ideas about what men and women should do. And we've already had to yell at him at least once about it. If we still have to yell at the man about it, is cop default guy? Cop ending is canon. In terms of survival, like by canon, I mean like he is the default guy. Yes. The best would be Meat Shield. Meat Shield is currently injured, unfortunately. In terms of survival choice, I think Cop might actually would have been the best one, so long as he could get over the whole sexism thing. Because Cop has intelligence, Cop has Cop has some level of muscles, and Cop is able to at least think and get shit done. Meat Shield would not have been able to think things through. Meat Shield would have just gone, I'm going to go stick the King of Hearts in the rabbit's mouth. He shook off my hand. Calm down.
ダメなんだよ。間に合わなかったあの日からずっと僕はダメなんだ。
Really? We're gonna get mad at him? He's having an emotional crisis and we're gonna get mad at him. Alright. What's wrong with him? It's like he can't even hear me. I have to calm him down. How could he say he's useless? I'm gonna go save this one. But are we getting mad at him, guys? Or are we being calm, gentle? It's not your fault, Kota. You're not useless. You've been doing your best. You're conflicted about this one? Yeah, no, it's a tough one. Like, maybe anger is what we need to do to get him to snap out of it. But maybe he needs someone to be kind to him right now, you know? We have to get mad for the love bomb. That's true. Every time we've been mad at someone, we've gotten a positive reaction out of it for some reason. Well, I made the save, so let's get mad. Because, yeah, rage is the best option. Not the face. He looked surprised, as if he'd only just remembered I was there. What's wrong? If there's something bothering you, you can always tell me about it. That's what friends are for.
もう10年以上も前の話さ。
No, I think we did not get the I think we did not get the good thing. Let him finish? I feel like he's going to tell us either way. We can still go back. The save file is there. I don't know what to say. After a long silence, Kota finally seemed to calm himself down.
ごめん。今のは忘れて。
What's wrong? Yeah? Huh? Which one is it, game? You can't just... But you... No, we're going back and getting mad. Apparently we have to wait until the end to get a reaction, if there is a reaction. We're getting mad. surprise. It's wrong. There's something about it you can always tell me about. That's what friends are for.
も
There we go.
う10年以上も前の話さ。
He sighed and began to talk.
僕は昔ある事故を目撃したんだ。亀戸循環バス炎上事故。その事故は新聞ではそう報道されていた。
Oh shit. That must be the thing that we've been listening to in between chapters.
当時小学2年生だった僕はその日友達の家から帰るところだった。帰りが遅くなり親に叱られると思って慌てていた僕は家までの道を急いでいたんだ。辺りがどんどん暗くなって焦りを感じた僕はさらに足を速めようとした。そんな時一台のバスが横を通り過ぎた。暗くて人通りもない道だったから何気なくバスの明かりを目で追っていた。そのバスはそこから数十メートルほど進んだところで突然テレビでしか見たことがないような光景に僕は立ちすくんだ。何が起きているのか正直よくわからなかったんだ。
I mean, you were a kid. People, adults don't hold kids responsible for shit like that.
そして聞こえてきたのは甲高いブレーキ音と激しい衝突音だった。
That was a very traumatic thing to witness.
これは後から聞いた話だけどバスが横転した時隣の反対車線を乗用車が1台走っていたらしい。
Then the sound you heard.
そうその車がバスを避けようとした音そして避けきれずバスからは火の手が上がりあっという間に炎に包まれた。僕は呆然と立ちすくんでいたけれど次第に野じ馬が増え遠くからたくさんのサイレンが聞こえてきた。急にいろいろなことが怖くなった僕は何度も転びそうになりながら家まで走ってとにかく走ってなんとか家に着いた僕は叱られるよりも先に母親に抱きついた。
I mean, that's kind of sweet.
その時ようやく自分がとんでもなく恐ろしいものを見てしまったこと。
He took a deep, shaky breath, and I saw him try and steady his trembling hands. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything.
野じ馬からの情報で警察はこの事故に子供の目撃者がいることを知った。そして事故の翌日数人の刑事たちが僕の家を訪れた。
Oops. Did you tell them about what you've seen?
話そうと思った。あの光景は忘れたくても忘れられなかったし全て鮮明に覚えていたから。
He looked down at the floor.
話せなかったんだ。大人たちに囲まれるといつも身がすくんで
No wonder
何
he
も
got
喋れなかった。
no wonder he got terrified of people, though. Of course he'd been scared. He was just a kid and he'd seen something horrible. Spending the day badgered by detectives would be difficult for any kid. I wasn't surprised he hadn't been able to say anything. I think any kid would have done the same thing. Kota shook his head.
でも僕は知っていたんだ。誰も知らない、伝えなければいけなかったある事実を。
What did you know? He explained that a few days after the accident, the police had announced the cause had been a chronic condition the driver had suffered from. Is he saying that wasn't the truth?
あの時僕は確かに見たんだ。バスが中央分離帯を乗り越える間際、バスと同じ車線を逆走する一台の車を。
Wait, what? So the bus swerved to avoid it?
真相はわからない。だけどその車がいたことだけは確かだ。事故として処理がされて数日が経った頃、家に一人の刑事が来た。相変わらず身を固くする僕に、その刑事はかがんで微笑みながらこう言ったんだ。もう刑事は来ない。事故のことも無理に思い出さなくていいって。よくわからなかったけど僕はほっとした。そして相手が一人だったからか、それとも彼が優しかったからか、僕は真実を彼に打ち明けようと思った。
About the car?
子供の言葉で説明ができていたのかはわからないけど、とにかく見たことをありのまま伝えた。でもその刑事はゴツゴツとした温かい手で僕の頭を撫でながら。
Kota said the detective had smiled, but he'd seen sadness in his eyes. In the end, though, Kota's testimony would never be heard, and the crash would fade into the past as nothing more than a horrible accident. Even though he didn't understand why, he somehow realized when the detective said it's okay that he'd screwed up and waited too long.
あの時もっと早くに真実を話していれば違う結末があったかもしれない。そればかりを考えたよ。それ以来僕は自分は人の役に立てない存在なんだと感じるようになった。何をしても自信が持てず、人から頼られるのも嫌になった。期待されても答えられないことがとにかく苦痛だった。
Thank you for the hydrate, Hordian. And shit, Kota is a huge mood right now. That was when he started avoiding other people, he told me. He graduated middle school, but only barely, and then dropped out of high school to become a shunnin.
ゲームはそんな僕にとって自信が持てるただ一つのものだったんだ。テクニックさえ磨けば勝てる、その単純さが僕には救いだった。ネットワークを通じて対戦に勝ち続けると、僕は次第に尊敬されるようになった。格闘神と呼ばれるようになった時は、自分が肯定される唯一の瞬間ができたような、そんな気さえしたよ。
I mean, being able to play video games really good is a good thing in its way if you can make something of it. You just got yourself some water. Cheers, Hordian. Cheers. I could definitely see why games had been so appealing to him. It made a lot of sense.
でもやっぱりダメなんだ。ゲームをしてる時だけは忘れられたけど、それも一時的なものだ。本当はいつだってあの時の苦い思い出が 頭から離れない。
He buried his face in his hands, and my chest tightened when I heard the beginning of tears in his voice.
だけどさ、そんな僕もこのゲームでは頼ってもらえたんだ。仲間たちから。そして君から。
He should go to AGDQ? Yeah, then he would feel especially useful. He'd be helping out charity.
僕を信じてくれたり、頼りにしてると言ってくれたり、そのたった一言がすごく嬉しかった。最初は怖かったけど、ずっと一人だった僕は、それが本当に嬉しくて、もっとみんなの助けになりたいと、そう思うようにもなった。今思えばそれが間違いだったんだ。やっぱり僕は頼られてはいけなかった。
As someone with depression, you know how he feels. Yeah, no, he's especially relatable right now. He has been useful. He's just not letting himself hear that. He gave me a sad sort of smile and mumbled that he was sorry. What does he need to apologize for? There was no denying that he'd been dealing with some rough stuff for a long time. Anyone who went through what he had would have trouble getting past it, and he was too nice to try and blame someone else for it. I wiped a few tears from my eyes and put my hand on his shoulder. Do we sympathize? Do we tell him that we're glad he's there? Oh yeah, no, he definitely thinks he's a burden to everyone around him and he hates himself. He's got depression, for sure. But we're not playing a therapist this time. We're just playing the high school girl that he has fallen in love with. So, how are we cheering him up? We're glad he's here? Ooh. I'm glad you're here. He looked up at me, confused. I'm glad that you've been here with me for all of this.
もし仮にそれが本当だとしても、僕には君にそんなことを言ってもらう資格なんてないよ。自分が誰かにとって価値のある人間だとはどうしても思えないんだ。
Congrats, guys! He got the kiss. He got the kissy kissy. Take him out to have some coffee and pie. That'll cheer him up. I think we might have gone a step past that. There's your bomb. There's your bomb. Do you get it now? You saved me a bunch of times. You held my hand when I was scared. You let me fall on top of you. I never would have made it this far without you, so don't give me that I'm no good stuff. I don't think a few nice words from me are going to fix years of emotional isolation, but I want to be there for you. And I'm hoping you can be there for me too. Horns blaring from the distance. Just gonna have the air horns. The party time horns. He started to cry with big, shaking sobs. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and hugged him as hard as I could. Kota took a long, shuddering sigh and leaned back. He looked sort of at peace, like he'd just set down a great weight.
思いっきり泣いたらすっきりしたよ。なんだか生まれ変わったような気分だ。
He's a gamer. We already saw the worst of him. we already knew the worst of him. Because we've all been there. You're getting emotional here? Then the game has done its job, Hordian. Yeah, cry is good. Cry if you need to. Let it out. Let it out, Kota.
ありがとう。君が言ってくれたこと。
I nodded. New man didn't seem like quite the right words to me, though. I felt more like this was the man Kota had always been. Okay, let me see those tears. P, if you want to see the crying dude, that was the pretty boy. We don't have time to worry about the past, right? Kota, cry for me. You spent a whole year wanting to cry, but you couldn't. I'm sorry to hear that, Hordian. That does sound like it would be a rough year. I hope things have improved since.
ここから出よう。攻略法は絶対にあるはずだ。
Too bad we don't have a walkthrough. He's not a real gamer. He uses a walkthrough. I say that as someone who uses a walkthrough. Kota wants to look stuff up on GameFAQs. I nodded. For all the stuff I just said, I had been pretty close to despair myself. And it was good to hear Kota optimistic again. Oh, that's right. I still haven't read that text. I flipped open my phone. I knew it. It's from my uncle.
どうしたの?
No, I just got a text from my uncle.
大丈夫か? もし辛いなら、その時はまず自分を信じろ。根拠なんてなくていい。自分を信じて、まずは一歩を踏み出すんだ。
Well, gee, thank you, Inafune. Real helpful there. I shut the phone and looked up at Kota.
いいおじさんだね。
Yeah. Thanks, Uncle Keiji. You know what? He's a gamer. If we told him who our uncle was, he would probably flip out. I'm glad you can cry now, Hordian. It's good to feel emotion. Thanks, Uncle Keiji. I tucked my cell phone back into my pocket. We needed to get out so we could save my uncle, and so I could impress my new boyfriend with who my uncle was.
扉が開かない。仕掛けもないとなると、やっぱり天井から抜け出すしかない。
Can't get up that high, though. Even if I got up on your shoulders on top of the operating table, I don't think I could reach.
それで転んで怪我でもしたら本末転倒だしね。
We both grinned at each other. The way we'd been limping around the room made it pretty clear that balancing on one another was probably not likely.
時間は惜しいところだけど、やっぱりもう少し1時間だけでも休もう。体が万全なら選択肢もぐっと広がる。この先はきっと休む暇もなくなるだろうし、休息は今のうちに取っておいた方が後々いい気もする。
Yeah, I mean, you clearly weren't disturbed by zombies like the entire time you were knocked out in here. So, you may as well rest, right? At least he didn't want to date us for our uncle. That would have been awkward. Nothing a year of antidepressants and therapy doesn't fix and being around your friends. I am definitely glad that you're in a happier place now, Hordian. That's really good to hear. After a little more discussion, we decided a few hours should be enough. It's like 7 in the morning. You have like 12 hours. Less. We were betting everything on the hope that, with some rest, we'd be able to tackle whatever challenges we had left. So for the next few hours, we sat together in the dark room in silence.
Glass 部分は先に割っておいた方がいいな。倒した衝撃で飛び散ったら危険だ。
Is it okay for us to break it?
構わないさ。どうせあっちは爆破するつもりなんだ。気にしないでやっちゃおう。
That's one way to look at it. I didn't know you were such an anarchist.
そう。そんなこと初めて言われたけど。
He got to kiss a girl before he died. Yeah, he can die happy. But also, he's now blow everything the fuck up. Ooh. He picked up an IV stand and quickly broke out all the glass panes in the cabinet. Our plan was simple. We'd stack everything we could find on the operating table, and hopefully make a pile big enough that we could climb up to the ceiling. It wouldn't be easy, but after our rest, we were both feeling much better. Admittedly, it wasn't exactly an elegant solution, but it was the best one we could think of.
じゃあ倒すよ。いい?
Yeah. Easy? The cabinet was lighter than we'd expected, and after tipping it over, we easily lifted it up onto the operating table.
まだ足りないな。そっちの道具台も使おう。
I handed the cart to him, and he put it on top of the cabinet. It wasn't the most stable thing I'd ever seen, but it was taller than I was.
安定性は微妙だけど、これならきっと手も届くはずだ。じゃあ僕から先に。ちょっと待って。
Huh? Before I could protest, he disappeared into the darkness. What was that?
ああ、ごめん。驚かせた。
What'd you break?
一応武器になりそうなものをと思って道具台の足を引っこ抜いたんだ。強度は低いけど丸腰よりはマシだと思う。
Ah, yes. He has truly played the adventure games. He tossed the pipe he was holding up through the hole, and I heard it land above with a clang.
さて、じゃあ行くよ。
I'll hold the table steady. Before I'd even finished talking, Kota had nimbly leapt up onto the table, reminding me of his performance in the Corridor of Hate. A few seconds later, he'd reached the hole in the ceiling.
手を伸ばして。
I scrambled up the pile of furniture and grabbed onto Kota's hand. With my other hand, I grabbed the side of the hole. And... with Kota and myself both pulling, we heaved my body up and over the lip of the hole. I did it!
気持ちが変わっても体や力そう簡単に変わらないか。
My dude. Priorities. Please. He was breathing hard, but he looked at me with a sparkle in his eyes. Yeah, he was strong enough to break a tool cart, that's true. He just wrenched the metal bar off a tool cart.
でも今度はちゃんと君を助けられた。
I am a little concerned that this is going to lead to some very codependent relationships. Kota grinned like a little kid. But he's just a little kid, honestly. He's got time for more emotional maturity. Alright. Back in the hallways again, we check the time on our phones.
7時まではあと4時間か。
We needed to get to the second floor, and to do that, we had to get through all the zombies. They're still everywhere. There seem to be even more zombies than before, with their lanterns flickering around almost every corner. We'd never be able to get past them all.
試してみたいことがあるんだ。
What? He didn't answer, just hefted the pipe he'd taken from the operating room.
君は柱の陰に隠れていて、焦ったり驚いたりしても出てきちゃダメだよ。
Broken is a really vague term? What do you mean by that? What the heck is he doing? Before I could ask, a light appeared around the corner in front of us, and I heard the shuffling footsteps of a zombie. What? I couldn't believe my eyes. Instead of running, Kota was standing in the middle of the hallway, apparently waiting. Even with the pipe, he'd be going up against an opponent with a gun. There was no way he could win. What are you doing? We need to...
大丈夫。僕は撃たれない。
He looked at me and grinned. Down the hall, the zombie had caught sight of him and raised his gun. Ek is playing Dead Rising? Yeah, that's on his schedule for today. Also, Hordian, I just want to give you a little bit of a warning, I guess? Warning's not quite the right word for it. But, while these guys are like my friends and stuff, some streamers don't like it if you mention other streamers while they're streaming. I don't especially care, but just so you have that heads up. Like, some people are really picky about that, so you might want to watch that. Like, no, it's cool. Like, Ek is a friend of mine, Punchy's a friend of mine, I mod for them. But just so you know, like, depending on the channel, some people might not be happy with that. He looked at me and grinned. Down the hall, the zombie had caught sight of him and raised its gun. The now familiar rattle of gunfire filled the hallway, but Kota barely seemed to notice. Instead, he ran straight for the zombie, his pipe held in a ready position. Do we get a CG? We get a CG!
ブラッディア・ロンダイト
Did he just use a special attack name? As he shouted, he thrust a metal pipe forward toward the zombie. The sound of the gun stopped. With a thud, the zombie fell to the ground, the pipe sticking out of its neck. The music says yes.
経験値をもらえないのが残念だ。
I think now would be a very good time to ask what the zombies are. Are they machines? Are they cast members? Yeah, we officially killed the zombie. Kota, did you just kill a man? He pulled the pipe back out and beckoned me over. I tried to figure out what had just happened as I walked up to him. Why didn't you get hit? Or what was that? It's fine. I'm gonna go for what was that? Why didn't you get hit seems kind of like we had no faith in him. So I'm going to go with what was that?
ブラッディア・ロンダイト。僕がいつもゲームで使ってるキャラ、聖騎士ランスロットの必殺技なんだ。
This is the Round Table Coliseum thing, isn't it?
この技は敵との間合いが難しくてね。思わず頭の中でコマンド入力しちゃったよ。
he did the D-pad and the button pressing and everything in his head. He was rambling to himself like an excited kid, and I realized I was grinning. No, that's not the point. Why did you get hit?
ああ、あれにはちゃんと理由があるんだ。
What?
そう。それと確信もあったんだ。ゾンビは参加者を直接殺さないって。だから僕も撃たれなかった。予想通りにね。
Yeah, what was a zombie? That's the real question we're asking here. Not what was the move you just used. What was a zombie? When we kissed him, we gave him the power to go get killed, is what happened apparently. Well, if they're not going to kill us, why do they shoot at us?
一番最初の血まみれホスピタルでは心拍数を測る装置をつけさせられただろ。あれを思い出せばいい。
He figured out the game.
ゾンビの目的は脅し。銃撃される恐怖で心拍数を上げさせ、ゲームオーバーになるよう仕向けていたってわけさ。現に、あの時僕たち参加者は誰一人撃たれて死にはしなかった。
Yeah, but you got grazed by a bullet. Those bullets can actually go in you. I guess they're programmed to not actually shoot things into you. Yeah, that makes sense, but what about this time? We don't have the heart rate monitors anymore.
今回は互角だろうね。撃たれることを恐れておとなしくなるのを狙ったんじゃないかな。目的がどうあれ手出しはできないんだ。だからあれだけ乱射されても直接当たった弾は一発もない。だろ。
Apparently, being grazed does not count as being hit.
肩にかすめたことはあったけど、あれは長弾で僕を狙い撃ったわけじゃなかった。
Oh, okay. Sure. Write that off.
僕たちが穴に落ちそうになってた時もそう。格好の的だったはずなのに撃ってこなかった。あれで確信したんだ。僕らは撃たれないって。考えてはいたんだ。あれだけ撃たれてるのに一発も当たらないのはどうしてだろうって。今思えばあれは避けていたんじゃなくてゾンビが外してくれていたんだ。わざと足元や柱を狙ってね。
Huh. Everything he said made sense. But I'd been so focused on getting out, I'd never even thought about it. But when did you figure it out?
おかしいと思ったのはワルドブーが捕まった3人は生きてると言った時。殺す気ならわざわざ捕獲する必要はない。本当に殺したいなら見つけた瞬間に撃ち殺せばいいだけなんだから。
Then the blood we found. Do you think maybe they didn't even get hit at all and the blood was fake?
かわそうとして運悪く当たってしまったと考えるのが妥当だろうね。量も少なかったし。だから指導さんたちはきっと無事だよ。怪我も大したことはないはずだから。攻略法は分かった。あとは前へ進むだけだ。
We have a gun now, grab the zombies. We can also grab the axe from the zombie's head, guys. We got an axe and a gun. He was right. The rest was surprisingly simple. As long as we didn't let ourselves get surrounded and captured, we didn't need to run away from the zombies. Whenever we saw one, we'd just hide in the shadows until it got close, then pop out and whack it with the pipe.
あった。出口だ。
It had taken us a long time, but finally, we were headed out of the maze. We finally hear that fanfare. The voice of the announcer drifted out of the darkness above our heads. At last, the maze was done. Give her grenades, give her a weapon. Yeah, we deserve a gun. On the other side of the door, we were greeted by the acrid antiseptic smell of a hospital. And these lights. Maybe it's just because we were in the dark for so long, but they seem way too bright. I squinted against the glare of the lights and looked around the room. There were several cabinets against the wall, each filled with bottles of medicine. In the center of the room was a well-used operating table, and next to it was a table with several surgical instruments.
人体実験室か。
We'd seen the same thing a few days before. It looked like the layout was the same as the other hospital. I don't think the zombies came to this room. We should be safe.
ああ、一息つこう。これも、もういらないかな。
No, 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 no. You better not be throwing away the pipe. He fucking threw away the pipe. He really thinks this is an adventure game.
ゲームに出てくるたび、鉄パイプなんて武器になるのかって疑ってたけど、実感したよ。これは立派な武器だ。
Jesus, your priorities, man. I know, you took down a ton of zombies with it. Are your hands okay?
大丈夫。まだ動くよ。
He's no longer a gamer because he needs to hoard everything. Yeah, no, the pipe can give them a good whapping. Keep the damn pipe! No, I don't mean do they work. I mean, have you given yourself a blister or anything? Let me see. No bag space. You did. Does it hurt?
これくらいなんともないよ。ゲームだこができたのと変わらない。
The thing that the game's not addressing is we are the bag. We are the inventory space. If he needs something to be held, we are the extra pair of hands. What? How? Asabun has never played games. She does not understand how you can get a blister from playing games.
ペンダコのゲーム版さ。コントローラーのボタンをずっと押しているとできるんだ。まあ、要はゲームのやりすぎってこと。
Wow, you're not kidding when you say you really like games, huh? We're the escort mission. You thought we were the bomb. Shit, we are the escort mission, aren't we? God.
うん。今までゲームは逃げ場所みたいに思ってたけど、少し違うのかもしれない。自信が持てるからとか、そういう理由を抜きにしても、やっぱり好きなんだと思う。
It's true.
ワクワクするんだ。ゲームをやってると。
Even if you're not good at them, games are fun. It is very true. It's just probably more fun if you're good at them. Not that I would know anything about that. To Kota, games weren't just something he did. They were a part of his life. Even if he used them to hide from the world and himself, they meant more than that.
そういえば、この7日の間にもプレイしたいゲームが発売されてるんだった。予約してたからもう家に届いてるかな。
I take it back. His fucking priorities. Jesus!
思い出したら無性にやりたくなってきた。こんなところさっさと脱出しよう。そして早く帰ろう。
My dude, you just got a girlfriend. He's probably not wrong to prioritize the game. I laughed. Of course he would want to get out so he could play video games. Well, that's good and all, but if this is really like the other hospital, then this door is going to be locked too. Unfortunately, that door was the only way out.
またこの錠前か。前と同じだね。
A doorknob that wouldn't turn without a white lock that had no keyhole. Now if we touch this...
これは報いだ。数々の実験を行ってきた私自身が実験の対象となる時が来たのだ。逃げなくては意志を持たぬ不死の化け物となる前に、ここを後に訪れる者のためにメッセージを残す。地を這い、天を仰げ。
I mean, that's basically the same. It was exactly the announcement I'd expected to hear.
謎は変わらないみたいだけど、ここの攻略法 覚えてる？
Let's see. Oh, okay. Sure. Time to think hard. We figured this out in the first Bloodstained hospital on the third day. Yeah, big brain time. Mai dropped a jar, and the stuff inside smelled really bad. We were all trying to figure out that stuff about crawling along the earth. Mai was fidgeting, actually. Didn't taste shirabe, smelled horrible, wonder what it was. Mai hadn't noticed, I'm not sure we would ever thought to look. So this one. Mai's got Mitarashi to look out for her, but I'm so worried. But then she piped up and said there was something written on the underside of the table. We looked and saw something written in blood. No, but it's definitely this thing. Then Mitarashi called it a lone raking table and everybody made fun of him. He's so proud of himself too. It actually almost seems a little nostalgic now. But it's almost over. We'll be fine. I'm sure we will. As long as Kota's with me, I know we'll make it out. If we can solve this puzzle, we're one step closer to getting everyone out alive. Okay, well, written in blood, underside, and crawling along the earth. Those are probably the ones we want. There was a crown and 3 drops of water, right? I think that was a hint.
あ、それだ。よく覚えてたね。頼りになるよ。でも、これだけじゃまだ謎は解けない。
Yeah, we need to actually do the thing. He was right. All we had was a code. We had to decode it before we could do anything.
あの時は、浦部さんが解いてくれたんだ。彼は確か。
I don't think you could really say he figured it out, so much as he was given the answer and then told us about it.
んだ、次の問題はこの一生三円ってやつだけどよ。これは一体何なんだ？
Oh, okay, apparently we have an eidetic memory.
それはおそらく一生三円、つまり脳硝酸と脳塩酸を1対3の割合で混ぜるということだと思います。皆さんも学生の頃科学で習ったかもしれませんが、これは
王水か。
Yeah, Aqua Regia.
一生三円。作り方は脳硝酸と脳塩酸を1対3で調合か。意外と覚えてるもんだね。科学の実験をした経験なんてろくにないけど、やるしかないか。まずは棚を探してみよう。きっと同じ薬品も置いてあるはずだ。
He's not a science guy. It didn't take long to find the ones we needed. We carefully measured out the right amounts and mixed them together. Pretty soon, we had an orangish red liquid.
こんなところかな。
Kota looked at our concoction, nodded, and picked it up. He began to pour it over the lock, and bit by bit, the metal of the lock dissolved, until there was nothing left. There we go! The lock's off!
人体実験室クリア。
The announcement played as soon as the lock dropped to the floor. Good thing the puzzle was exactly the same. If they're all like this, we'll get out of here in no time. Right?
ああ、
He seemed distracted.
あのさ、
Yeah?
さっき言ったゲーム、複数人で協力プレイもできるんだ。
His priorities. Can we get out and then you can invite us on the video game date, Kota? You can't play the game until we get out of the exploding hospital place. Oh, yeah.
だからここをクリアして外に出られたらさ、ゲームやりたいな。君と一緒に。
wants to play games with me? Maybe something other than games? Yeah, it's like wink wink. Maybe something other than games. Chat's pretty solid for games. Yeah, let's do it. That sounds like fun.
本当に
I don't think I'll be that good, but it'll be twice as fun if we play together.
僕もそう思う。
Kota's eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his
行
face.
こう。きっと次の部屋で最後だ。
We both put our hands on the door, looked at one another, and then slowly pushed it open. Yeah, back with these eyes.
資料室。以前の血まみれホスピタルと同じなら、ここが最後の部屋のはずだけど。
There were stacks of old paper piled on each desk, next to computers, and bookshelves lined the walls. It looked identical to the first one. I quickly spotted the treasure chest and wire cutters. It looked like the puzzle was the same here, too. That being the case, it was likely the countdown would start as soon as we opened the box, so we needed to remember how to disarm it first. You cut every single fucking wire. That's how. Play Overcooked. Overcooked is so fucking anxiety-inducing, though. Play Bomberman. Bomberman isn't co-op, is it? Play Yoshi's Cookie. That's also not co-op, right? I remember that very well. After all, it was in the room that we'd learned Urabe was the traitor. But even after we'd solved the puzzle and cut 5 of the 7 wires, the countdown hadn't stopped. We'd been stumped. Which of the 2 remaining wires should we cut? Then Urabe had said we should cut the blue one. We literally just played this one yesterday. Can we get through this real quick? The look on his face when he told us he was a traitor was something I didn't think I'd ever forget.
だけど、6本目のセオンを切ってもタイマーはゼロになり、僕らはクリアに失敗した。
We had thought the timer would stop, but it hadn't. As it turned out, the whole thing was a trap.
そんな、あれが正解だと昨夜あなた自身が口にしたではありませんか。
念のため保険をかけて嘘を教えたのです。昨日連絡を取った時にあなたの様子が怪しかったので。正解は全ての配線をカットするでした。アナウンスが言ってたでしょ。全ての罪と引き換えにってね。
全ての配線だと？じゃあ付箋が2つ足りなかったのも日誌が青かったのも全てブラフだったってのか？
すべての配線をカットする。それが正解だ。
I'm sorry. What happened there? What happened to that one? I'm not sure if that's an issue with the emulation or with the game, because that didn't seem like it would be an emulation issue, that one. Yeah, Robbie, the fortune teller was the traitor, but we didn't get to find out anything else about the story because after we found out that he was a traitor, the room blew up. He got us out through a secret exit, and then he disappeared for the rest of the game. We were told that he was still alive and tried to rescue our friends, but he didn't succeed. Someone tried to say just cut, asking me if he smells toast. No, like, you can see under it, the shadow of what it should have been, and that was a C under there. I really don't know what happened there. I nodded.
終わらせようゲームを
Yeah. Kota grabbed the wire cutters and opened the treasure chest. Just as we'd expected, it began to count down from 15.
さらば血塗られたホスピタルよ、私は全ての罪と引き換えにこの煉獄から解放される。
It sounded almost plaintive.
これを全て切れば
Okay, fine. Don't make it easy for us. You're sad he was not a full good guy? I mean, we could find out more about his story if we went down his route. We just did not go on his route. Just as Kota touched the wire cutters to the wires, Hogstein's voice filled the room.
まさかここまでたどり着くとは。やっぱり対マンはいけませんね。
What?
どうせここまで来れないと思っていたので、近代実験室に手を加えるのをおさばりしちゃったんです。
それはあいにくだったね。
でもこの部屋は違いますよ。最後なので、念のために答えを変更しておいて正解でした。集めてを出すと、よかったです。
Seriously? Do we trust him? No. Just when I thought we were done, he's going to make us solve a new puzzle? I checked the countdown. It had just reached 12, which means we'd had the box open for 3 minutes.
おかしいな
Kota, however, didn't seem to be worried at all.
もし本当に答えを差し替えたのならどうしてそれを僕たちに教えた黙ってれば答えを間違ってクリア失敗になってたのに
Oh. I hadn't thought of it before, but he was right. Hogstein would have known exactly what we do, so failure would have been guaranteed.
それなのにわざわざ伝えたってことはお前の言葉が嘘だからなんじゃないかそうすることで僕たちを迷わせようとした
Hogstein didn't answer. I felt the tension in the room begin to rise. Kota's argument made sense, but it was Hogstein we were talking about. Even if he really had changed the answer, his twisted sense of enjoyment probably wouldn't have been satisfied with watching us fail too quickly.
とりあえず保留か
Kota seemed to have come to the same conclusion and lowered the wire cutters. Hogstein's laugh echoed around the room.
さあさあ、私の言葉は本当か嘘か。それを見せてあげればクリア失敗。人質も救えませんよ。
I mean, when the voice goes low, it's very hard to tell what they're saying.
心理戦ってわけかいいよ受けてやる
The problem with playing mind games with him is the word mind games has the word games in it. He carefully set the wire cutters back down on the desk.
お前がそういうつもりならこっちも仕掛けさせてもらう心理戦ってやつをね
You hope he gets a haircut after this. Yeah, we're on a timer. Hogstein laughed.
もし僕たちがここを無事に脱出できたら負けを認めろ仲間たちはもちろん人質も全員返してもらう
バットはとくな。そんなのはすみませんとは言われません。あまりに不吉な駆け引きです。お分かりですか。数日の約束は全てのゲームをクリアできれば一つや無事に返すというもの。
He's gonna say we didn't beat game 3, so it doesn't count.
3日目にクリア失敗した時点で、常に約束はパー。仲間をお返ししても一つや準備させ
Yep,
てもらっちゃい
he
ますよ。
did. I felt my hands ball into fists as I listened to him talk. Oh. He's always changing rules and doing whatever the heck he wants. If he turns us down here, then we'll never be able to save Uncle Keiji and the other hostages. refusing to let them go even if we win. It's just... It is in fact rage time. Sounds like this is our one last rage. Are we gonna do it? Are we gonna get mad? Yeah, we're getting mad. We've had to swallow all of your stupid demands, so I think it's high time you swallow one of ours! If we get out of here alive, you let our friends and the hostages go. We clear?
すごい剣幕だ。
Hey, Toasted Puck. You come from lurk to rage. It's in the title of the stream. How you doing? You can't believe this still works on him. Yeah, it's great.
いいでしょう。その本質を認めます。しかしこうしてる間にも時間はどんどん過ぎてますよ。
And you know what? It's too late for Kota. He saw us get mad so many times and he still wants us as a girlfriend. We still got the kiss in. Imagine if we have fights with him now. I looked over at the countdown. No, it's already past 10. Oh, yeah! I scrambled over to the desk and yanked out the one drawer that opened. Inside was a journal, just like I remembered. It was the only thing we'd had to go off of last time. Even if he's changed the puzzle, there's got to be something in here.
待って。わざわざ謎を解く必要はないよ。
Huh? My hand stopped mid-flip and I looked up at Kota. Hogstein looked nearly as confused as I felt. Kota beckoned me over, then walked up to one of the bookshelves and tapped the book. The shelf slid to the side. Of course!
浦部さんに再会したらお礼を言わないとな。
Knowing everything includes knowing about the secret exit to this room. Extremely long workday along with finishing exams, so too tired to really participate, but otherwise good. That's good to hear. Like, don't ever worry about participating. Like, you guys being here to see me suffer is... Hey. I'm impressed that my suffering is amusing to you. When the door appeared, Hogstein had shouted in surprise. Of course, if the room is the same, then there's a hidden door here too. But even if we leave... I didn't like agreeing with Hogstein, but he was right. The countdown was still going, and escaping wasn't beating the game. But Kota just shrugged.
これは心理戦だと言ったはずだ。僕の言葉を覚えてないのか？ここを無事に脱出できたら負けを認めろ。僕はそう言っただけでアトラクションをクリアしたらとは一言も言ってない。
Oh shit, he did. He totally did.
つまり、お前が駆け引きに乗った時点でアトラクションのクリアは関係なくなっていたんだ。残念だったね。稚拙な駆け引きに負けちゃってさ。
Gluberta. What's that even mean? Gluberta. His impotent rage echoed around the room. This is actually Yu-Gi-Oh! Just kidding, I was pretending to participate. We're sending Count Hogstein into the Shadow Realm. He's gonna play shadow games for the rest of his life.
これは知力を尽くすゲームだとお前は言っていた。でもそれが間違いだったね。体力勝負ならこううまくはいかなかったよ。
The under end of the transmission was silent. It was the first time I actually felt like we'd beaten Hogstein.
このゲーム、僕たちの勝ちだ。行こう。
Our rage combined with being tricked made Hogstein break. Like, I know this is supposed to be an emotional, triumphant moment, but our name being asked and him calling us by name just makes this... When he held out his hand, I never trusted anyone more. Oh! The tunnel from the secret door had, to my surprise, taken us to the interior of Castle Hogstein. We'd come out on the left side of the main hall. I hadn't been back in the castle since the first day, but the cage covered in a blue cloth was still there. Uncle Keiji. Yeah, it sounds like he's still talking to Hogstein when he says ass, right? At the top of the stairs, Hogstein sat on his throne.
裏口からようこそ魔王の城へ。おめでとうございます。あなた方は7日間のゲームを生き抜き、見事私に勝利しました。
Defeated. The adrenaline and terror that had fueled me for so long suddenly left, and Kota had to catch me before I fell. He wasn't in much better shape though, and we ended up sort of leaning on one another to stay upright. Yeah, the bomb. No, the bomb either boom or they decided to just stop it like remotely. We'd lost our friends, been shot at, and fallen through a collapsed floor. It was amazing that we could move at all. But against all odds, we'd done it. We'd won. Alone, either one of us would have probably failed, but together we had just enough to succeed. Kota and I looked at one another, and we nodded.
約束通り、人質を解放してほしい。そして、捕まっている仲間たちも。
Oh, the two on the boat
ホ
count
テ
as
ルにいる2
hostages.
人もだ。それだけでいい。他には何も望まない。
I feel like we added nothing to it. I mean, when he was down, we encouraged him. He called over some piglets and ordered them to remove the cloth from the cage. They gave it a tug, and the whole thing fell to the ground in a soft, silent wave. Inside the cage were all of the hostages, as well as Shiro, Wakasa, Shirabe, and Urabe.
お前たち無事か？
Do we look okay?
二人ともありがとう。怪我はない。
いや、どう見ても満身創痍だろう。ガキどもに無茶させて悪かったな。
I'm still very amused at how they portrayed Inafune.
よくここまで。大丈夫か？
Everyone seemed to be shouting at us at once. They looked tired, but not in any real danger.
なんだよ。みんな元気じゃないか。
Oh, thank goodness. Ah. But behind all the cheerful faces, I saw another one, alone in the back. Urabe. Urabe.
最後のゲームをクリアできたのはあんたのおかげだ。浦部さん。
There are many endings. There are 14. 2 for each route. It does not seem that we can make Hogstein barbecue, unfortunately. We might be able to make him barbecue if our partner was the big brawly guy, Mitarashi. But unfortunately, he bowed deeply. Oh, then the piglets opened the door of the cage. Kota and I sat down on the floor.
ダメだ。気が抜けた。
Me too. I smiled crookedly, and he did the same as he pulled me a little closer.
僕らはやり遂げたんだ。
We did it, chat. It was a group effort. I nodded and pushed myself up against his body. Whatever it was that had kept me going for the last 3 days was quickly disappearing, replaced by profound and exhausted relief. I feel kinda sleepy. Instead of trying to fight it, I decided to give in. The game was finally over. I could sleep. Besides, I had someone who I knew I could trust right next to me. I'd be fine. I could hear our friends rushing over, but that was quickly fading along with my consciousness.
ね
Every time he calls us ass. Sleep late or punch Hogstein out first. He sounded far away.
え目が覚めたらその時は君に
But before he could finish, I was asleep. Well, can someone there punch Hogstein for us?
36度4分平熱になったわね。体はどう？
I feel fine. I guess all that sleep fixed me up.
検査結果にも問題はなかったし。そうそう、傷も残らないで済みそうって先生おっしゃってたわよ。よかったわね。
Great! Thank you so much. 3 days had passed since we finished the game. I didn't know what had happened in the castle after I passed out. After we left, I'd fallen into another fever and hadn't really woken up until days later. What had happened to Hogstein, or what the public and the media had said about everything, was still a mystery to me. All I did know was that we'd all been admitted to the same hospital. They weren't letting me check out yet, but once they did, I planned to go visit the others and find out what had happened. There was one thing I did know though, where Kota was. And I knew that because...
向こうも測り終わったみたいね。
The nurse pulled back the curtain between my bed and the one beside it.
はい、目押しさんは何度でした？
35度2分です。
あら、相変わらず低体温ね。ダメよ、ちゃんと食べるもの食べて運動も適度にしなくちゃ。
He blushed slightly as he handed the thermometer back. Good morning.
おはよ
じゃあ2人とももうすぐ朝食の時間だからそれまで少し待っててね。
Okay. As soon as the nurse had left, Kota glanced over at me. Our eyes met, and I grinned. Are you okay? Is it alright for you to be up?
う。ああ、うん、大丈夫。まだ鎮痛剤は飲んでるけど、動くのもだいぶ楽になってきた。
He had bruises all over his body as well as a graze on his shoulder from the bullet and several other small cuts. Fortunately, he hadn't broken any bones, although he had needed a few stitches. It reminded me how much he'd looked out for me. My own wounds were just bruises and scratches.
君も熱下がったみたいだね。
Yeah, I'm totally fine. I didn't really get hurt that bad. I'm pretty much all better now.
そう。よかった。
There was just something amusingly adorable about the way he mumbled and blushed. Are you nervous?
するよ。だって昨日の今日だろ。
Oh, good. So you do remember. I was starting to think maybe you, like, weren't actually awake or something. After all, it was a little strange that the first thing he'd say after waking up was, well... Oh, are you awake?
ここは
It's a hospital. You collapsed back at the park. You've been asleep ever since.
病院じゃあ入院
Yeah, I guess I'll be done soon, but you need to stay in bed for a while.
そっか
Hold on a second, I'll call a nurse or... What? As I'd gone to press the call button, Kota had reached out with a weak arm to stop me. I looked at him confused, but all he'd done was...
好きだ
Excellent timing for a confession, my dude. Huh?
君のことが僕は
It's the first time we've seen this face from him. I mean, you just woke up, said it, and then went back to sleep.
あの時はまだ朦朧としてたから。ごめん。でも、君に言ったことはちゃんと覚えてるよ。
Do you remember what I said?
返事したの？
I guess he didn't hear me. Wait, how can he have not figured it out yet? I mean, I kissed him already.
待って、なんて言ったの？
I giggled again. I gigged again. We didn't giggle, we gigged. Your screaming was not appreciated. Nightbot quelled your screams. Really? Sorry, V. Well, like, I don't see it at all, so I guess Nightbot auto quelled your screams. Imagine you hooting and hollering. He might have been cool under pressure when he was playing games or making deals, but when it came to romance, he should have been playing more dating sims. Well, I...
待って。やっぱり、もう一度ちゃんと言うよ。その方が、返事を聞いたとき、納得できる。
Oh. Okay. Go ahead.
恋愛とか、ろくにしたことないから、よくわからないんだけど。僕は、君のことが好きだと思う。いや、好きだ。だから、君さえ良ければ。それで、もし OK なら、これを受け取ってほしい。
This? Oh. He reached over next to his pillow and picked up his play box jump. The one he'd had with him all week. So we got the PlayStation, we got the Xbox, but what the hell is the jump?
やっぱり僕はゲームが好きだから、これからは離れられないと思う。だから、好きなものを好きな君にも気に入ってもらえたらすごく嬉しいんだけど。
His hands were shaking a little, and I could tell he was getting ready to back out rather than risk rejection. So I reached over and grabbed the PBJ. The PBJ. Before he could. His priorities are not organized. This is gamer love. I'm not very good. Will you teach me?
いいの？
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. I want to know what the guy I likes.
好きな人。
I mean, I like you.
そっか。すごいな。夢みたいだ。ありがとう。すごく嬉しいよ。
Yes. His smile made my chest feel warm. A movie, not a game. He clearly has not played enough dating sims, P. He probably bought a UMD and thought it was a game, but it turned out to be a movie, and he watched it anyway because it was on his Playbox jump. That was pretty sudden, though. I didn't expect you to just wake up and tell me that.
焦ったんだよ。もし退院しちゃったら、君とはもう会えなくなると思ったから。だから、今言わなくちゃと思ったんだ。
Really? Well, you shouldn't have been so worried. I was going to come back to visit if they'd sent me home.
そうなの？
Yeah, of course.
なんだ。じゃあ僕の早とちりだったのか。
He laughed a little to himself and sighed with relief.
お、今日は二人とも起きてるな。
Shirabe!
僕たちもいるよ。
Are you all better now?
昨日で退院許可は下りている。それにやるべきことが山積みだからな。いつまでも休んではいられない。
やるべきこと？
ああ、そっか。目押しさんは知らないんだよね。
They proceeded to explain what had happened after we'd collapsed. Although they tried to capture Hogstein, he'd escaped, and they'd never been able to learn who he was.
結局真実は闇の中か。
何？心配はいらんよ。俺がすぐに明らかにしてみせるさ。それに警察もすでに動き始めてる。そうだろう？
ああ、俺も今日の午後には職場復帰して現場へ向かう予定だ。
仕事熱心だよね。僕もスケジュールにかなり穴を開けちゃった分、来週から忙しくなるけど。
みたらしさんと浦部さんは？
まだしばらくは入院だそうだ。あの二人は結構な大怪我だったからな。
容体が落ち着いたら浦部君まろも事情聴取を受けることになる。そうすれば事件も解決に近づくだろう。お前たちも今はゆっくり休んでおけ。事情を聞くことにはなるだろうが、しばらくは警察にも配慮するよう手を回しておく。
Thanks.
っていうか気になってたんだけどさ、なんで二人は同室なの？
You can't have a room with a girl. You're an idol. Your reputation would suffer.
いくら事件で入院患者が増えたって言っても、男女同室ってのはまずくない？
Oh, I made sure they put us together. I wanted to be there when Kota woke up.
そうだったんだ。
なんかずるい。僕なんて調べさんと同室だったのに。
Just accept it. You're a couple with the dad now.
ほう。何か不満だったのか？
だって調べさん、舞ちゃんがみたらしさんのお見舞いに来てる間、ずーっとへこんでるんだもん。
The kid has decided on her new mom, and it's Mitarashi. Yeah, new
そうい
daddy,
えば
Mitarashi.
その件について俺のところに愚痴を言いに来たこともあったな。
お前さんらも親になればわかるだろうさ。
Well, I'm glad to hear Mai's safe.
ああ、怪我もなくピンピンしてるよ。近いうち顔見せついでに見舞いに連れてくる。目押しもいいか？
あ、うん、まあ。
なんだ、はっきりしないな。もしかして子供が嫌いなのか？
You know, now that I think about it, there had been one point where Kota had turned and left as soon as he spotted Mai. Maybe that was why.
嫌いなわけじゃないけど、少し苦手かな。大人以上にどう接していいかわからないから。
そんなことを気にしてたのか。平気さ。子供ってのは意外にタフなもんだ。
まずはゲームの話でもすればいいんじゃない？確か舞ちゃんも好きって言ってたし。
そう。じゃあ来てくれた時は話してみようかな。
ああ、そうしてやってくれ。舞も喜ぶだろ
う。Me too. Kota really had changed. He'd spent so much of his life trying hard to avoid other people, but now he was doing the opposite. I'm happy for you.
え？何か言った？
No, nothing. A little later, I checked myself out of the hospital. I'd be coming back every day, though, to see Kota. Hospital dates. Huh. Nobody answered when I knocked. Is he sleeping? I didn't want to wake him up, so I opened the door slowly and tiptoed in. But it stopped when I saw a human-sized bulge under the blanket. Hey! Tore off the blanket, and underneath it, just as I expected, was Kota. He was sitting on the bed, hunched over his lap. Ha! I knew it! Can't keep doing this. The doctor says you need to rest. You're never gonna get better if you're always playing games.
いや、これはその10分。あと10分だけ待って。次のセーブポイントまでもうすぐだから。
How can he not hide that from the doctor? He just sort of like turned his back. You don't need to be under the blankets. That's like the size of his palms. The last time you said that, 10 minutes turned out to be an hour.
いや、本当に今回は10分で大丈夫だから。
Jeez. I pulled the blanket further back and plopped myself down on the bed next to Kota. He looked over at me nervously.
これ、前に話した新作なんだ。今朝、家族が届けてくれて。
Uh-huh. I sniffed and turned away, but he held it out toward me.
君も一緒にやろうよ。
Aww. I sighed and admitted defeat. He was too happy to stay mad at. You said you'd teach me how to play, right?
もちろん。じゃあ、まずはこのボタンを押してみて。そしたら。
I leaned up against him and smiled. We're all gamers now. He looks good without the straight jacket. Get that text away. You want to see his face. Well, we finished the game. We finished one route of this game. I do not remember seeing this scene. Where did this scene come from? There, a close-up of his sparkle face. The second night? Jesus, second night was just yesterday. I really don't remember. I remember that face. That face I remember for sure. The ultimate dream sparkles are hilarious. It was with the drinks. I remember the drinks. I did not remember the happy face. It was the sheep talk? Yeah, the first night was the drinks. The second night was the sheep talk, I guess. But yeah, that was one route out of 7 for Sweet Views. She does in fact have a bomb hoodie. It just hit you that our hair is purple. It does look purple at times, doesn't it? Fin. Alright guys, that was Sweet Fuse. We have finished one route out of 7. We're still missing Okay, yeah, we did get this scene. We're missing this scene, though. That's probably because the very first night, we went to go see Mitarashi instead. So we got this scene for Mitarashi instead of getting a scene with Kota. We did his route and we missed one scene. We beefed it. We fucking beefed it. I can't believe it, chat. Oh no. What the hell? What a shame. Anyway, 1 round out of 7. You can see 6 names here. They're the 6 people that that we played the game with. Daddy and daughter. Got some others, including this big old Count Hogstein here. You only see 5 people and question marks. P refuses to acknowledge the existence of the fortune teller. I'm not gonna 100% it. Well, here's the thing. Hogstein got away, didn't he? And we still have a secret character to figure out, don't we? So the thing with this game is, each character, each route gives us an additional piece of the story. And there is a 7th character that we have not seen yet. We won't find out the complete story unless we do all 7. Like, well, all 7 routes, but we're not going to do all 7 routes here. I do think, though, that you guys might be a little curious about this question mark guy, right? Like, who's this question mark dude? I can't even slice him. I'm pressing the button. You can hear me pressing the button, maybe. Do we need to know the full story? I think we do want closure about the pig, about Hogstein. And maybe our secret character will give us that closure that we need. We also have 1 day left this week that I'm doing Sweet Fuse. That I'm doing the story games. I wasn't expecting Sweet Fuse to be that short. I really thought that, oh, okay, today we're gonna do like chapters 4 and 5, and then tomorrow will be 6 and 7. And then that's like 1 entire round of Sweet Fuse. No, we finished 4, 5, 6, 7 tonight. I mean, granted, this stream has gone longer than I expected to. We're over 5 hours. But, you know, we were so close to the end, we couldn't not finish. But yeah. So, I think tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Sweet Fuse. So, we can figure out what's going on with the secret character. Because there's definitely something going on with this question mark, right, guys? The secret character was in the credits too. Oh yeah, he was definitely in the credits. I think he was in the opening scene as well. The opening animation, CG, whatever. But, you know, just he never showed up over the course of us playing the game. So it's not like anyone really paid attention to the lack of his presence. So tomorrow we will be back with more of this. We're gonna speed through the first 3 because we can use the skip already read parts. After that, since I've never actually gotten this far, like I've never done the secret route, we're going to go and do the secret characters route, and we're gonna try and finish it all tomorrow. So 1 playthrough, we're gonna get all of the secret character, and hopefully that'll give us some closure. Now I can go for the secret character? No, I can go for the secret character. All you need to do is just beat the game once, and you can already go for the secret character. You don't need to beat the game, like, you don't need to go through all the routes before you can do the secret character. I do know what we need to do for the secret character, so it's okay. I do not need any spoilers or help there. For now, though, we're gonna call it a night. Thank you for sitting through Gamer Boyfriend. It was interesting. Have a good night, guys. May you all have gamer boyfriends or gamer girlfriends in your lives, and may you all have good barbecue. It doesn't have to be pig. If you don't eat pork, you don't have to eat the pork. I just want you to get some blown up barbecue in your life. P, you have a lover, gamer you, then you're all set. Yeah, just get that gamer steady. Get that gamer steady. Get that gamer non-binary pal. And if you don't, that's okay too. 'Cause you always got gamer you.